Hi, it's Twi. Hope y'all are having an absolutely phenomenal Monday right now. Hope you're doing fantastic. I'm just kinda chilling right now. You know, it's been a relatively calm day. I ended up spending way longer than I planned with my friends, so I have to be productive later. But productivity can wait, because we have ducks to be lifing, bro. We have duck life to play. I'm actually excited, man. I was enjoying this game. I kind of haven't touched it in a very long time, obviously, before the Flash game stream. So I'm looking forward to going back through. Also, why? I didn't give this stream a game thing. Oh, it like automatically flagged it as duck life. That's actually kind of cool. Wow, that's very fancy of you, YouTube. I'm gonna go ahead and, nah, I mean, that's fine. I don't need to do that. Okay. But yeah, we got the duck life planned for today. Also, as I'm sure most of you guys would have seen, we got the album EP. Finally, I got to release this. Wow, look at how beautiful this is. I still can't get over how absolutely amazing this album cover is. Like, dude. Harushio-san is so talented, man. This is beautiful. Like, I was really impressed with the quality of the work, because I knew they were a really good artist. You know, I chose to work with them for a reason, but they told me they've never done like an album cover before, or something where they're kind of dealing with like text on like graphics and things like that. But I mean, I think that the Starfinder like font kind of decision they had with like everything being connected and using the little sparkles as like symbols in there are really clean. I really felt like the influence. I sent them the album cover as of Still Stellar by Suisse as like a reference as well. And I think that you can really feel it. I had a couple other references from what I remember, but that was like the main one that I sent. And I'm really happy with how the album cover came out. I think that Harushio did such a good job with the cover. It's so clean. I'm gonna probably gush about it again later. But it's so, yeah, I know it's really good. I mean, Harushio is a very professional artist, I would say, anyway. Also, hello Sage, hope you're doing good, hope you're doing great. It is very fancy. They have like such an interesting like shading style. I don't know, it just looks so like satisfying. I love the way that they like represent light in this picture. It looks so fancy. I love it. It is very mesmerizing. I still remember when they sent me the like rough for this. It was insane because the rough sketch was actually like very similar to the finished like product. It was all colored and everything. They basically just like made the shading really smooth and stuff. But from the start, I was like, whoa, you know, like I got super tripped out when I saw like the early draft of this. I actually probably have it. I don't think they would mind if I showed that, right? Probably not. Yeah, wow, okay. Hold on. Let me show you guys this, because it is incredibly similar. Like if you look at these side by side, let me pull this up. Can I even? Oh, is this JPEG small? Okay, I guess I don't even think that OBS supports that file type. Oh well. But it's like really similar. Like it's almost the same. It's basically just like they did some extra rendering on the lighting and stuff, but it's really cool. They did an amazing job. But yeah. Sorry, my voice a little dry. I'm kind of surprised. I had Dairy Queen for the first time in ages, and I had leftovers, so I had ice cream right before the stream. I thought it would make my throat silky smooth. Perhaps not, but I mean I'm fine. DQ is flames, man. I got a mint Oreo Blizzard, one of the classics. I don't know why when they make the mint Oreo Blizzard, it looks like the food coloring they put in there, it's like so toothpaste colored. But it is really good though. I do love me some Dairy Queen. Probably the best ice cream there is out there. There is a Dairy Queen like a 10-minute walk from my carpentry class. I went there pretty often. Yeah. The one that I have like near me is I know a lot of students like to go there. I think you tend to find like Dairy Queens and like Tim Hortons and stuff. They like to put it near schools in my experience. There's always something that's chilling near like various campuses, so that the students will go crazy for everything, you know. Which is always convenient to have around, you know. It just makes sense. But yeah, I had some Dairy Queen. Was very nice. I had like another thing I was gonna talk about that I totally forgot. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, thank you to everybody who left like nice comments on the EP announcement video. I was, you know, if I'm being honest, I was still pretty nervous about it when I put it out, just because like, you know, everything was kind of done by me, other than like the actual beats I leased. Like the mixing was me and everything as well, so I wasn't sure if people like, well, I thought people wouldn't mind it, but I wasn't sure like if people would like it too much. But a lot of people, you know, seemed to take to it pretty well. I thought it was really cool that people were like commenting what songs they were looking forward to the most, because, you know, I'm really proud of Yeah, I think, you know, all the flaws considered, I'm still really happy that I was able to kind of finish my first release and everything. So I'm very excited for you guys to actually see everything. I can't wait for like I want you guys to experience like my art and everything, but also I'm so excited for it to be out so that you guys can see my friend Vega. That I have one collab song on the EP, Galaxy Wide. He has such a sick verse. Bro, my friend Vega absolutely snapped on Galaxy Wide. He has like a Japanese rap verse in there and it sounds so good. Man, I can't wait. I've been friends with Vega for a while now, but I haven't like been too public about it. So I'm kind of excited to like share with you guys a little bit, because he's really talented, honestly. He's super underrated guy. Very, very talented rapper. Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy that everything went over well with the EP announcement. I'm sure we'll talk about it more as we go today at some point, but we also have what we're really here for. The ducks. The classic. Also, I want to say I had so much fun with the Flash Games stream. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot about how much I appreciate Flash games. Like, there are so many good ones, man. What the duck doing? Eating right now. The duck is eating. They're eating good. I'm gonna get their energy really high. Swearing to get out of the way. I'm gonna feed them equally but separately. Okay, so I can get it to 120. Let's do that. Cause I'm ballin'. Or I suppose I should probably check. Cause we need to buy a third duck. That is the truth, is that we need a third duck. Let me see what our options are. So we have a different shade of pink for pink egg, a black duck egg, blue stripey is fancy, and black spotted egg. Like, this looks like it could be like a penguin almost, which is kind of funny. What is this? Somebody clearly wasn't here for the Flash game stream. It's Duck Life, bro. It's Duck Life 4, the GOAT. Yo, Sage, you want to be my last duck? If we were to make an Osage duck, it would be black spotted, right? I feel like that definitely matches the color palette the most. So we should probably do that. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna make Osage work for me. Oh my god, it is kind of like a penguin. All right, here we go. We got the Osage duck. Wow. Yes, of course. Duck Life 4. How could you forget? It's the same cuts. There's also a Viking hat. I wonder, this haircut, it's not like the worst for it. Well, we need to train you, because you have 0 training, my friend. The Osage duck is, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending how much you like training, level 0. So we gotta go from scratch. How could this possibly remind you of Drug Dealer Simulator? Like, that is so out of left field. Dog, this is we're training ducks. We're just training some ducks, man. We got duck racing. I wish I could like lock some of these guys on one side so that I could actually like continuously feed more easily. 'Cause they keep trying to come in here and steal some food. Trying to get allowed some food. No, no. No, these are wholesome, race legal ducks. They are not on any sort of stimulants. No, no, no. We just got some nice wholesome ducks, man. Okay, what energy level is this? Almost up. Okay, cool. So I'll go to like how much money I got left? 170. Yeah, I can afford to get both to 120, I think. So you're at 105, 108, 111, 114, 117, 120. Okay, I can't go 120 for all of them. Suiren, unfortunately, is going to be underfed. No, Beep always looks angry. Beep is already level 120. She does not need any more food for now. Now we need to do running training again, because one of these ducks for now is a complete freeloader. Osage has exactly level 0 in everything. So we needed another duck to round out our squad, but we also have to train them from scratch, which is fine. I do like the mini games, they're fun. And we haven't gotten to do this one in a while. The game is definitely longer than I thought. I can't believe that we only played halfway through on the Flash Game stream, because like, I didn't remember Duck Life 4 being that long, but we still got 3 more areas, and I think at least 2 of them have like unique skill training left still as well, I think. But I mean, it's kind of fun. I don't know. I like playing these like chill games on stream, you know. I was playing some Rocket League with my boys earlier, which I haven't done in a while because my game has been breaking like every time that I try to play Rocket League with the squad lately. What has been happening for me is like my game will just randomly crash after a while, and then most of the time if I try and like hop back on, eventually I end up blue screening. But that didn't happen today. I did crash, but I did not blue screen after, so it was all good. But it's kind of fun playing Rocket League with my friends, because like we're all like pretty different. We're not like super different skill level. I have one of my friends who was like not pro, but he was very close to like being able to go pro at Rocket League. So like even though he doesn't grind like really anymore, he's still ridiculously good. Like he's just stupidly good. And then I have another friend who's like not quite that high up, but he's still like high, like very high rank, like in the Grand Champs and whatnot. And so like then it's me and my other friend who, you know, we're not like bad, we're like champ level. I used to be Grand Champ, but I'm washed. But you know, it's like basically you have the carries and the two just like kind of flailing around, struggling to try and do anything. But I kept like absolutely cheesing my friend, because I just kept letting my really good friend shoot, and then I would go and bump my other good friend who was on the other team. I would just kill him when he was trying to defend. I think I sniped him like 3 different times just straight out the net when he was trying to get a save, which was fun. But it's always like really fun to do stuff like that. I feel like a lot of the games that my friend group have kind of gotten into over the years, it's like we're all pretty good, but usually there's like 1 or 2 people who are like a decent bit better, and it's kind of cool, you know. Tetris is like another one where like we're all pretty good. I used to be one of the worst ones at Tetris, but I would make my friends really annoyed, because even though I was slow compared to the rest of the group, I would play really annoying. Like I would just try and stay alive for as long as possible and not focus on like trying to send lines at all. And my friend told me that I played like a cockroach. I had the cockroach playstyle, which was really funny. And I used to rock like that for a long time. Nowadays, I think I'm definitely not the fastest. We have one friend who's like really, really fast. He's like, again, not pro, but like pretty well up there, you know. Like I'm, you know, for reference, like I'm top 3% in like Tetris 40 line speed, but He's probably like top 1%, I would guess. Definitely top 2%. But you know, like everybody's like relatively up there enough that like it's kind of fun to do that. And there's like some fun in playing competitive games even when you're like worse than your friends, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of fun to just sort of flail around and try and see if you can like finesse a win. In the past, I used to be like way more competitive about video games and like try and be like insane at every game I played. And I still kind of do. Like I do like being really good at games. I don't like losing. But I'm definitely not nearly as serious as I used to be, and I think it's a lot more fun to just kind of get good enough to enjoy the game and then just kind of like fool around with my homies, you know? That's how I treat a lot of multiplayer games anyway. I will say I was like having a stint again recently with competitive Pokemon where like I was having a lot of fun because I was rank 1 on the ladder for the new format. And then I had like my team basically went from being like good into literally everything to like people developed some new teams and I had like bad matchups. And then it stopped being nearly as fun because I couldn't be bothered to like make a new team. And the way that the team like currently works, it's very hard to like change elements of it without throwing off the other things that made it work well. But I did have fun watching Pokemon Worlds this like past weekend because the World Championships happened. And I always like spectating. I think that Pokemon, it can be a stressful like esport to play because there's luck-based elements and a lot of like reads where you gotta like kind of just outthink your opponent. But like from a viewer's perspective, you get to enjoy all of the variants with none of the stress. But like there was some crazy shit that happened. Like, okay, something crazy that I learned actually this weekend is that there's 3 age divisions for competitive Pokemon in like the official circuit anyway, right? You have the Masters division, which is anything 16 and older. You play in the Masters division. There's the Seniors division, which is, I want to say 14 through 16, or like 14, no, it's probably 13 to like 15. And then Juniors is whatever's under that. And something I learned actually that's really interesting is that the prize pool for Juniors and Seniors is the exact same as the prize pool for Masters. Which means that it's like, I think it was 100,000 this year or something. I know first place was 30K, then 20K, then I think both 10K, and then maybe 5K for top 8 or something. I'm not 100% sure at what the like prize distribution was further down the line. But it was so painful for me to read that because if you watch the set for the Senior Division World Finals, it went to game 3 in a best of 3, and basically one of the guys there, he had 2 options, right? He was playing to where he was gonna basically trade his like strong legendary for his opponent's strong legendary, and he had a 100% accuracy move that he could have clicked to get the kill. But there are some like defensive switches for his opponent that could take the hit really well and then like deal a ton of damage to him, and it would be a kind of losing trade, right? So instead, he clicks the 90% accuracy move that will also one-hit kill, and he misses a $10,000 Draco Meteor, basically. And it was so tragic, because even in spite of the fact that he missed that Draco Meteor and lost his restricted for absolutely nothing, he almost won. Like, he got pretty close. If he made, like, one more hard prediction correctly, he probably could have won. But in the end, he didn't. And it looks super stupid, because there was another move that would have killed, but I understand why he did it, but it's like, oh, man. Like, imagine being, like, 14 or 15, and you missed a 90% accurate move in the grand finals on stage in front of everybody, and it's basically cost you $10,000. Like, that's an insane loss. That must have sucked so bad. But I mean, he was very gracious about it though. I think, you know, he seemed very, very respectful. And it was kind of a cool storyline too, because the guy that won in the seniors division only started playing like this generation. Like he started with the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and then he just won the world championships in his first season ever, which is unbelievably impressive. Like, a little good luck or not, you know, like that is a astonishing run. You know, like obviously seniors is a lot easier than like masters, but at the same time, you know, they're like in that division for a reason, you know, they're young, they have like way less experience, so to do that on your first season is just prodigy behavior, you know, that's crazy. I don't know how they learn that fast, because that's super impressive, honestly. Mad respect for that. You know, I think that even when I was actually trying to play competitively, I never won anything like that impressive, you know? I never won anything too impressive. Even though I was immediately like a pretty good player, I still, you know, like I definitely had like, I didn't have any like absolutely like standout brilliant performances in my short little career. To be fair, when I played as well, it was mostly online tournaments. Because I think an aspect of competitive Pokemon that a lot of people don't talk about is that like all the official tournaments, except for a couple, are in-person events. And that means that you have to fly most of the time. Like if you live in the United States, you might be able to drive to like a couple regionals instead of having to fly. But in general, it means that you are like, if you're competing and like playing a bunch of events, you have to have enough money to fly out to different tournaments on top of paying like $100 to actually enter. It's an extremely expensive hobby to play in. But you know, like that guy who the senior that won that, he's from Japan, which they have an interesting sort of like qualification system. Because out here, you know, you rough it out in a bunch of like best of 3 open tournaments and whatever, and then you hit like a certain like amount of points in the league before you're allowed to qualify to come to Worlds. Whereas in Japan, they have like an online ladder tournament, which is the complete opposite format of like World Championships, which is like open team sheets, best of 3, whatever. On ladder, you just see what your opponent's 4 are, or like 6 are, and then you just gotta infer everything else, you know what I mean? It's all about surprise in a lot of ways. And you just gotta place, I think it's top 64 in Japan to qualify. And he got top 64. Like he didn't like make it in comfortably or anything. He just got top 64 in the seniors division of that, and then just went on to win the entire world championships. Like if that's not a story, I don't know what is, man. That's awesome. What's up, Virtual? Sorry, I know that was like a super late reply. What you doing, bro? You guys still playing Tekken? You guys know I was hanging out with my friends earlier? It was like, he sent me a picture of all the Tekken characters and he was like, guess which one is my main? And I could not tell. I was so far off on everyone. I got close to guessing exactly one of my friend's mains, and it was not off of intuition. I literally closed my eyes. I closed my eyes and I just pointed my finger at like my screen. I just waved it around randomly and I opened my eyes and rolled with it. And that was the closest guess I had in that entire time, which is kind of funny to me, you know. I just went for a completely random guess, and that was the one that I actually almost got. But I don't know. My friends have all been getting into Tekken recently, and so they've been trying to get me into Tekken, but I don't want to buy it, man. It's like, that's like a AAA priced game, bro. I spent too much on games this year. But, I mean, also, I just feel like I've never been the most, like, apt to fighting games. That being said, I think the main fighting game that I ever really got into was Smash. And I actually do like Smash. Smash is fun. But I also kind of just play Smash with like friends, right? Whereas I feel like Tekken is a little bit more, like, obviously you can still just play it with your friends, but it's got like a more competitive like vibe to it to me. And I just, I don't know. I feel like it would probably be fun if I got into it, but it's not like what I would usually go for, if that makes sense. I also just don't know that I want to like pick up competitive games that I have to like grind and learn right now. I haven't been in like a really competitive mood with video games as of like late. I guess with Pokemon I kind of was, but it was mostly just because I was playing for fun and then I happened to be playing really like out of my mind well for a while. But as soon as that was kind of over, you know, it's not like I was super motivated to grind or anything. Sometimes I am in the mood for like trying to get really good at like a certain video game or whatever, but I also just like to have like cozy gaming experiences, you know. Like I started doing a solo world on Terraria again. I haven't done Terraria since we streamed. And yeah, there are a lot of Pokemon tournaments IRL. There's like a whole tournament circuit. It's really cool, honestly. It's come a long way in the past few years. But yeah, since I got my, well, I was gonna say I got my new computer, really, like, since I upgraded, I mean, it kind of is a new computer, it's basically all new parts, but since I upgraded my PC, one of my drives wiped, and on it happened to be our Terraria playthrough from the stream, so I lost my For the Worthy World. I lost all of that hard work, man. I played that game so much, and it's all gone. I'm glad I streamed it though, because at least I have like a memory of it, you know, like a documentation that I did it. Because it's kind of sad that my world just got bopped. But maybe I'll try another hardcore attempt at some point. Because, you know, I do think hardcore would be fun. I started streaming a hardcore playthrough, I remember, but I obviously lost that world too. Supremacy 1914. I've never even heard of that game. What is that? Committing war crimes. Only participate in FPS tournaments? It's so stressful, but it's so fun. I mean, yeah, FPS is definitely one of those genres where like the better team just wins, and so it feels amazing when you win and devastating when you lose. But I guess the other thing that I don't like about playing FPS that competitively, for me anyway, is I find that like team esports can be fun, but it's really sad sometimes having to like be on a team of 5 where like you can only impact the match as one player so much, you know what I mean? Like, to be fair, when you're playing at like an actually good competitive level in a tournament, usually it's a lot better because all of your teammates are good and you have experience together. Like, you know how to cover when they're playing bad a little bit better, you know, like what opportunities they give you to kind of like where you can go a little harder versus where you need to like sort of step back and play more defensively or whatever, right? You can have that kind of synergy and more consistent performance when you're like training as a team a lot and you're all like higher level. But the problem is the actual process of getting good at those games involves a lot of like not being able to like hard carry enough to win and just having to go next sometimes, which can be really frustrating. I have the same problem with like MOBAs. It's like I genuinely, like, I do have fun competing in games like that, but I tend to always gravitate towards games where I can play 1v1 or at least play where it's like me as like one individual player. Although I do like Rocket League like 2v2s, but it's still like 2v2, you can do a lot as one person, you know what I mean? You still have like a lot of control versus like 5-on-5, you know? That kind of nuance about competitive games is always interesting to me. Yeah, I mean, in North America, a lot of the time, I think that there's like college level leagues and stuff. So you can play in like a college league or like college university, like same sort of like vein there. And you can play like, I think Valorant has a college scene, if I'm not mistaken. In terms of other FPS, I don't know. Counter-Strike might. I have no idea on that front. I know Rocket League has one because I used to play Rocket League a lot more. Not that I haven't even been to college, so obviously I wasn't ever playing collegiate Rocket League. I'm probably not even good enough, to be honest. In my peak, I would have been close, but multiplayer strategy in World War I. You take a country and try to dominate the world. Interesting. I've never been too much into like those more like realistic strategy games. I don't know. I've always been like a lot more like, I think the closest I've ever been to that is playing Catan, which is so not the same. But I just like board games when it comes to strategy games. There's a lot of board games that are fun. Like I used to love playing, I mean, I grew up with it. Like my dad and I used to play a lot, which is why I always think of that. We need to do a board game stream at some point. The Flash game stream was like a fun way for us to like relive nostalgia. I feel like board game stream would be a very similar idea. Cause like I could do chess, I could do Scrabble, I could do Catan. I'm trying to think what else I could do. I wonder if there's an online version of Sorry. There's Monopoly. There's Uno. I mean, I don't know if I'd call Uno a board game, but I mean, same sort of like demographic. Country.io. Wait, what is Country.io? That sounds so familiar. I definitely feel like I've tried Country.io before. I can't think of specifically what it is. It's like, I mean, obviously it's one of the IO games, but like, what do you do in that one again? I feel like it's gonna be something similar to, this is really stupid to say, but there's one of these like Discord Nitro games you can play in calls, where like, it's kind of like a giant game of Snake where you can like close off a box to like turn it into like your part of the grid, and you have to try and like, I mean that one's almost more just like, that. No, that's really just like a combination of like Snake and maybe like Worm.io. Y'all remember Worm.io, bro? That game was fire. Agario is like the real OG, but I never really was like that much of an Agario grinder, you know? Back in the day, I know some people really liked Agario. I didn't mind it, but I didn't play it too much. But, Worm.io, now that one was my cup of tea. I remember playing that one. There's also like a really like kind of scuffed Steam knockoff of it called Worm.is that I remember playing with my friends, because we would use that to create like a private lobby and basically have like an enclosed game of Worm.io, and that was always really fun. Sometimes I kind of miss just like getting a group of like 7 or 8 of the guys all just playing like a really stupid game like that. It was that, and we used to play Jackbox sometimes. I feel like nobody's ever up for Jackbox anymore, but back in the day, man, Jackbox was so much fun. I still remember on my 19th birthday, which is the legal drinking age here in Canada, I got alcohol for the first time in my life, and like me and like 3 or 4 friends just played some Jackbox, and it was a kind of small lobby for Jackbox, but it was still fun, you know? I had no idea what it was gonna be like going in, like drinking, and I really didn't drink much, but like, I don't know, I really just got kind of tipsy. I was like really giggly. I think that's the kind of drunk I am. Well, I mean, I've never been like drunk, so like, I don't know for sure. But like, if I just drink like a little, like enough to do something, usually I just become very giggly, and that's just kind of it. But I mean, to be fair, not really too different from how I am sober, but I just felt like extra warm and giggly. It was kind of fun, honestly. I don't really care about drinking, because like I find that it's easy enough to just have fun while sober, that I'm not willing to like pay money for alcohol. But if it's on someone else's dime, you know, I don't mind that too much. Play FPS game? My whole squad got destroyed by one dude who played solo and squad mode? Bro won with a match. Wow. Wait, like... So... Is it like... How did he even queue solo? Is it like one of those games like Apex or something? Can you even queue Apex solo? I don't know if you could do that. What game? I'm curious. Okay, so we got the running training up. Osagi is our strongest duck now in terms of running, but I'm sure we're gonna have to train the other ones more later anyway, so... Not a bad thing. But yeah. Crunker. Why would you aimbot on Crunker, bro? Like, who are you trying to impress with that? Come on now. I was gonna say, I just read the Crunker part and I was like, oh my god, like that unlocked something for me. Because I have a friend who, like, you know, back in the day, even when we used to all play Counter-Strike, like all the time, he didn't play Counter-Strike with us that often, or at least not competitive. Like he was into skins, he would always play like hide and seek with us or whatever, but he didn't actually like play comps with us much, right? But now he just loves grinding Crunker, and I don't know why. Like he just likes dunking on like kids in Crunker instead of like, but he doesn't actually like really play shooter games outside of Crunker. That's just like his one game that he likes to just kind of idle-mindedly go bulldoze some kids on. And I don't get why, I don't get the hype for Crunker, honestly. Like, it's not bad, but like, after I tried it, I was like, it just feels like kind of clunky to me. But at the same time, like, that can be some of the fun of it. If you like actually get used to the like mechanics of that, I'm sure that it would be kind of fun, you know, like in a jank way. Which, I mean, there's totally merit for. Like, I have certain games that I love because they're jank, you know? Janky games are always fun if you feel like you've broken the system and you have, like, a good strategy to roll with. That's only 20 levels of swimming? Yoicks. Okay. Been a while, but you can pick squad mode and turn off the auto match. So you want, okay, I see. That's kind of interesting that if you like that you can do that. I feel like most of those games, they force you to have like a team if you're gonna play in a team mode, which kind of makes sense. But I remember I saw a guy on YouTube a while back was trying to prove if you could climb to Grand Champ in 2v2 by yourself. And what he was doing is he was playing split screen mode, but it was just him, and he would just leave one of them AFK so he could queue 2v2 by himself, which I thought was really funny. I'm kind of surprised that it doesn't just get flagged, but I think, to be fair, like, that's something you can manually report for instead of, like, having it do it automatically. When H1Z1 was popular, see, that was like, I never really got into H1. I don't even know if I ever played H1. Like, I was around when H1 was popular, but it was kind of not like one of the ones that I was too into. But I mean, to be fair, I played Counter-Strike a lot of the time. I think I got into it because my friends were into it. But after that, like, I didn't really get into any other shooters until, like, Valorant. And even then, like, I wasn't, like... Actually, I was pretty into Valorant when I did get into it, to be fair. I liked Valorant. I had a very, very brief time where I kind of was like, Apex is pretty cool, but I never, like, got anywhere decent with Apex. But in general, like, Battle Royales, I feel like... are kind of fun, but I was never like nearly as obsessed with the battle royale shooters as I was with just like the regular like 5-on-5 or whatever. H1 was one of the battle royale ones, right? Am I tripping? I feel like from my memory, H1 was like kind of the precursor to PUBG, but maybe I'm misremembering just because I never was like into it, you know? I don't even know if I had any friends that were really playing it. I probably feel like a couple of them might have, because they kind of fit the crowd that I have in mind for like H1, but I don't know if they would have. I remember ages back my boys tried to get me in on Rust as well, but Rust was so not my style. I ended up like playing it, and then I was still within like the under 2 hour like window on Steam, so I ended up refunding it. Which honestly I'm not mad about at all, because I haven't like wanted to play Rust at all since then, you know, it just really wasn't my style. But trying to get a life, how's it going? How's it going, Freerin? Hello. H1Z1, then PUBG, then Fortnite, and then like Apex, I think was kind of like the trio. I'm doing pretty good, thank you, thank you. Just doing a little duck life. Picking up where we left off last time. Realm Royale? That sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't remember what Realm Royale was pretty much at all. What was Realm Royale? Because it does sound familiar to me. I mean, I'm assuming it was a battle royale shooter of some sort, but I can't remember having like any friends that actually played that. I just remember kind of hearing about it in passing. I don't know, man. Seeing the word Royale makes me think of Clash Royale, which I never even played, but I did have one friend who was a Clash of Clans player. And again, like he was always in on like all the mobile games, but we used to have fun playing mobile games, man. Like I remember me and him, we would play like all the different like dragon collecting games and shit like that. Realistically, they're like microtransaction games. If you want to be totally honest about what they are, they're basically microtransaction games. But we wouldn't actually pay. We would just be the absolute dorks that would just wait for everything. Play it the way God intended, free to play. But it was good days, man. It was fun back then, because we would like bond over it, you know what I mean? I mean, that's like just one of my like best friends to this day, you know. We still have like all sorts of other things, like even just gaming wise, that we both enjoy. But it's kind of funny, one of these days I almost want to just like drag him into like starting one of those over with me or something, just for the pure sake of nostalgia. Probably wouldn't last more than a few days, but it would be kind of funny. Because I think he used to play more different ones than me, but we would play pretty much all the same ones, I think, like, overall. Like, he played pretty much all the ones I did. Maybe not actually all, though. I don't know if he played... I remember one of the ones that I played probably the most was Dragon Veil, and I don't know if he played that one nearly as much. I know the one that he liked was... It was called Dragon Mania Legends, and it was one of those games that actually had a combat system, wasn't like a good combat system, but I mean, it was like you could do something with the dragons you were collecting other than just have them be like trophies. which is, you know, the bar is pretty low in that genre, so it was cool at the time. But I wonder if he still plays some of those, because I feel like he might. But I have no idea if he's still into them or not. Could be a funny little conversation just to have. Because I am curious, you know. Always fun to see what kind of stuff my friends are up to still, you know. I've been at a point where like I've had friends through gaming for like that I've been talking to for like almost a decade, and like some like cases, you know, if you count like a couple of my IRL friends, I think even over a decade maybe. And so like it's fun to like bond over stuff like that, even though like, you know, we don't necessarily hang out all the time anymore, play all the same games or whatever. You still kind of get to just like enjoy the hobby a little bit more like distantly, I suppose. Like I was talking to one of my IRL friends about competitive Pokemon a lot, because he, you know, we both love Pokemon. We've loved Pokemon for ages, but he never got nearly like, he didn't really get into playing competitively like how I did. But he knows enough about Pokemon that he ended up asking me some stuff, and I ended up just rambling like way too much. Like I probably was boring him in some ways, if I'm being completely honest. But you know, it was fun though to like talk about it with him. And I'll like always find myself rekindling with friends over like just playing games that we used to play in like different ways, you know. Like I have another one of my best friends who I met through playing competitive Pokemon, even though he doesn't play comp anymore, and I don't really play competitively that much anymore. I had like my little stint for like a week, and now I'm kind of done again. But you know, I started seeing these videos on YouTube where it's like choose your starter, and they'll have some sort of like clause like, you know, you only get to ask one question or whatever, right? And the idea is that you basically set up like a Pokemon randomizer so that you would be getting like 3 randomized starters that could be any Pokemon, and you pick like without knowing what Pokemon you're gonna get. You know, maybe you can like guess because your opponent will like tell you the weight of each Pokemon, and they can lie about one of them or whatever. You get to ask a question and then pick or whatever. However you want to do it, right? The idea is that you have randomized starters, you pick a random Pokemon, and then you do that 6 times so that you both have a team, and then you battle, right? You build your team and you battle. And neither of us were singles players, but we still like doing it for singles, because honestly, like single battle Pokemon is really fun when you and your friend are like equally, like relatively equal skill, I would say. You know what I mean? I feel like that goes for anything competitive, right? Is like, generally speaking, if you can like find a game that neither of you are like insane at, but you're both like decent at, you understand the game well, and you like have some skill that's similar, it's really fun to just like play against your friends. Which I definitely love doing stuff like that. Okay, what level are all my ducks at swimming? 105, 106, 107. Wow, they're like perfectly in line. Okay, so now we need to go back to the mountains. Osage's training arc is almost over. Osage is almost caught up with the rest of the group. We just need to train flying, and then we need to train climbing for all 3 of them, because we haven't done any climbing training yet. Maybe I'll do some climbing training first, and then I'll like finish Osage's like flying training after that, just to get a little variety going, you know, so that we don't have to do all 3 climbing trainings in a row. But I mean, who am I kidding? This game is basically just playing training mini games for ages, and then you get to have the cool little moment where you destroy in the race, and then that's kind of your break from doing training. I don't know, it's kind of nice to just play a game where it's just like chill. You don't have to like play against another player or anything crazy. You're just kind of doing your thing, just relaxing for a few hours. So I mess with that, you know. I feel like, especially on stream, sometimes with certain games, like, it can get frustrating to try and like play games that are too difficult on stream all the time. Like, that's kind of why I stopped wanting to stream Elden Ring, is that I was like not having enough fun that I felt like it was worth putting the time in where everybody was like watching the whole time as well, you know? Versus like, you know, when I was first like going through it, I was having a lot of fun, but I feel like the DLC is so hard that after a while I was kind of not having like the best time. I might end up like playing the rest of the DLC on stream in the future. I might play it off stream at some point. I might just kind of forget about Elden Ring until I decide that I want to do like a whole new playthrough or something, who knows. But for now, I'm kind of like content to just like take a little break from playing hard games too much and just chill. I mean, Duck Life is obviously the hardest game ever, but Risk. Oh, I remember this one. You gotta climb, and then there's gonna be a danger sign. You gotta hide. So there's an avalanche. And you gotta make it. You gotta decide when you're safe. Oh, there's like a 1-minute timer, so you can attain like a maximum score potentially in a certain time frame. Interesting. Uh-oh. Whoop. Okay, I made it. I made the cycle. We're chilling. Is it gonna start being like more frequent, maybe? Not particularly. It seems to just kind of be the same cycle. Again and again. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nope. Did not get caught for greeting. Fully deserved. Uh-oh. I'm getting clapped. Psych! Okay, well that was pretty perfect. What? I got... Okay, wait. I think I got 9 levels for that. 10 times harder than Elden Ring. Oh, yeah, of course. This is much harder than Elden Ring DLC could ever imagine being. Like, look at this insane boss fight. Look at all these inputs. You gotta go left and right. There's 2 whole buttons. Just look at Beep. Absolutely struggling to contend with the god that is reaction climbing training. You guys can't see it, it's out of frame, but there's actually a huge like boss health bar at the bottom here. It's like 10 times as large as the ones in Elden Ring. It's clipping off the screen. Nah, I mean, Elden Ring was fun, but I definitely felt like in the DLC, my build was like really underpowered for the DLC, and I kind of got the feeling that I was choosing between using the Mimic tier on everything and it just kind of being like an exploring simulator where nothing that like interesting happens until I'm at a boss, and then once I get to the boss, I can either take like 200 attempts and be really frustrated on stream, or I can use the Mimic tier and beat it like almost first try. Like, realistically, there was like such a bad like distribution of difficulty in terms of like it was all or nothing, it felt like, in a lot of ways. I considered maybe like getting a different summon and leveling it high that wasn't quite as broken as the Mimic tier, which probably would have been a healthy sort of middle ground, I suppose, right? As like a way to impose some difficulty on yourself, but Yeah, I just kind of was getting a little bored with it after a while, you know. I feel like everybody and their grandma has been streaming the Elden Ring DLC. I feel like it'll have a little more novelty if I come back to it later anyway. But like Elden Ring is still like a phenomenal game though. Like I loved the base game. It was super fun. Some of the endgame bosses, I feel like particularly the Elden Beast, I wasn't as crazy about, like gameplay wise. Elden Beast felt like super, like the attempt I won, it wasn't like I played phenomenally better. I just kind of got really lucky with the attack cycle, which was kind of cheesy, but you know what, like it's fine. But Millennia was a great fight. I had so much fun playing against Millennia. But yeah, man. I'm kind of curious, like, next time I end up starting up a Souls-like, what the experience is going to be like compared to Elden Ring. Pure bonk build using great stars? What is pure bonk? Like you just run like a club, like full caveman style? Real barbarian type shit? I definitely feel like whenever I get around to replaying Elden Ring, I do want to play it on like a strength build or something, as opposed to doing like magic again. I felt like magic was pretty fun on the base game, but in the DLC it definitely felt like ridiculously underpowered. Maybe there was more spells I could have been going for that I just hadn't found yet, but it did feel significantly underpowered when I was playing. Which I mean, like, that's fine, you know, it kind of makes sense that they would balance it like that since it is very strong in the base game. But I mean, to be fair, magic isn't like that broken if you don't use Terra Magica with Comet Azure. Because like that's the real reason I feel like everybody calls magic like ridiculously broken. There are some fights where even without that it's way easier. There's also some where it's harder. The real like cheese strat is that, and then if you don't really follow that, I feel like, you know, it's probably a bit easier than the other classes, but I don't think it's nearly as much as some people like made it out to be. Hello, Aaron. It's going pretty good. How are you doing, man? Been a little bit. Hope you're doing good, bro. I saw you were playing some Osu again in the group chat. Nice run on Empower, bro. Dude, you gotta switch to laser so you can do the rate mods without having to like use any like Osu trainer or anything. You can just like set it up so easily. I switched to laser, man, it's so great for doing rate mods. It's really fun. I've been playing a little bit again. I haven't been playing too much Osu recently, but I've been playing a bit. And it's kind of fun, honestly, to just rate mod a bunch of old maps that I haven't played in a long time. Go for speed stuff and fast jumps and all of that. I got some good, like, regular scores too, though. Like, one of the things that's really cool that they changed on the new Osu client, or Stronger, yeah, sorry, that's the name of the song. But, I remember, what was it called? I got a really good run on Honesty, and I had a good run on Reason, too. Like the 800 PP one. I mean, not good run as in, like, I almost got 800 PP, nowhere near, but I went from, like, having 100-something misses with no fail in, like, regular client to having, like, 35 misses on Laser. And it's because the Laser client is so good when you're playing streams, because note lock is just gone. There is no more note lock. This probably sounds like gibberish to like everybody in here who hasn't played Osu a bunch. Let me explain quickly a concept. So in Osu, which is like that one rhythm game where you like click the circles and all of that, there's a mechanic called note lock where if you miss a note, for some reason, it kind of like locks you out of hitting other notes for a sec. Which sounds good because, like, you know, you don't want to be able to just like mash and hit everything. But it's actually really awful because when you're playing like long chains of notes, it just kind of like, if you miss one, you're just dead because you just can't hit anything a lot of the time. Or at least you'll chain miss a lot, right? Where you play the rest of them like just about perfectly, but because it's in that like weird window, it just kind of like locks you out of that. And they fixed it when they made the new client for the game, Osu Laser. So now, if you play a stream map, you can like miss one in the middle of the stream and it's like just a normal thing because you misaimed one note instead of like you misaimed one and then you miss like the next 8 just because. You know, it can be really scuffed sometimes. It definitely feels like a lot more fun to play stuff like that on. And they finally did the thing that they've been needing to do forever, because literally like every other rhythm game ever has it. They made it so that you can, you know, change the speed of the map in intervals more precise than 1.5 times faster and 0.75 for slower. Like, you can actually just turn it up like 0.1 or whatever now, you know? Better to try and learn strings without note lock? Yeah, of course. Like, note lock doesn't help you improve at all. If anything, like, because your performance would be consistent, you would have a consistent performance on laser, because without note lock, you're just gonna be able to, like, only be punished for the mistakes you make, right? And like anything that you do right afterwards will be rewarded correctly. Whereas, you know, if you play on like the standard client, then that's it, you know, it like artificially inhibits your practice for no reason. But I definitely think it's worth it. It's definitely better for practice. Play Learn to Fly 3? Nah, I only played 2. We could do a second Flash game stream at some point and bust out Learn to Fly 3. Because I never played 3 as much. I definitely played it in the past, but I don't really remember Learn to Fly 3. I mean, honestly, it could be its own stream. Maybe I'm just in my Flash game arc now. Because I do love me some Flash games. They are more fun than I remembered. Learn to Fly was always one of the high quality ones, though, you know? Oh, he's doing fine. Don't worry about Sheen. He's he had some family stuff, but he's good. I was playing with him earlier. We were playing some Rocket League. Me, him, Semi, and Virtual. Did some of that private twos, you feel me? I was winning until I wasn't. Oh my god, we did one game with me and Virtual versus Semi and Sheen. Which, for you guys who don't really know my friend group, me and Virtual are the two who are like decent ranked, and Semi and Sheen are the two who are like really, really good at Rocket League. And we lost 14-0. We got, or no, is it? Yeah, no, they should have won 15-0, but they missed an open net with like 2 seconds left. Tell you something about it? Sure. Gotta play Raft Wars? What's Raft Wars again? You mentioned this game before, I think. Oh wait, it's this. Yo, I like never played this, but I know this game. Nah, bro, you know what you gotta bust out though, Jake? You remember Bad Eggs, bro? You remember playing Bad Eggs back in the day? Oh my god, bro. I think I used to have like, I used to try and buy like the weapons and shit on there. Bad Eggs was goated, man. How could I ever forget about Bad Eggs? That game was so cracked. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe I've played Raft Wars like once, but I don't know. I didn't have any friends who like played it with me, so I never tried it. The cosmetics in Bad Eggs did go so unnecessarily hard. And it was cool, like there was like so many different weapons and stuff too. Honestly, Bad Eggs was sick. I feel like most of you guys probably have no idea what the hell Bad Eggs was. But I think it was probably pretty similar to What's that one, like, worm game where they have, like, guns and, like, missiles and shit? And, like... Surely you guys know what game I'm talking about just off of that, you know, like... It's kind of like a turn-based thing where you can, like, you know, position your worm guy and then, like, shoot. I feel like you guys would definitely know what I was talking about. Worms Reloaded, that's the one. Yeah. It's kind of like that, but with eggs, which sounds really stupid, but it was a goated Flash game, man. That game, oh man, that was fun. Yo, Jake, you know, earlier I was also talking about how we used to always play a bunch of those, like, mobile games where you would have to, like, breed stuff and all of that. Like, we would play Dragon Mania Legends and Tiny Monsters. I think did you ever play Dragon Veil? Because I used to like Dragon Veil a lot, but I don't remember if you played that one too or not. I'm trying to remember what other ones we played. I used to play Happy Squirrels. I don't know if you played that one. Dragon Veil, yeah, Dragon Veil, oh man, Dragon Veil was the GOAT back in the day. I did love Dragon Veil. There are so many good ones. I was saying, it would be kind of funny if we, like, got back into one of those for, like, a couple days. Just, like, enjoy the, like, brief period at the start where it's really easy to make progress, and then probably quit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Happy Squirrels is off the store now, which is so sad, because that was one of my favorites, man. That one was so goated. You would just, like, build this, like, fucking skyscraper tree full of, like, different rooms. Like, you'd have, like, a restaurant and, like, a laundromat and, like, a bunch of random rooms. I can't think of them all, but, you know, like, it was just a bunch of stupid stuff. You were just building, like, the ultimate, like, resort for your squirrels, and you could customize your squirrel and everything. I don't know why I liked those kind of games so much back in the day. There's another one that got taken off the App Store that I was really sad about way before Happy Squirrels, I think. It was called Pocket Potions. And it was like you would play as a witch and you had a potion store that you could, like, customize. And I really liked that one. I remember playing it at my babysitter's on my iPod. My iPod 4 back in the day. And it's gone. And I was like, you know, like, I used to like that one. Sometimes I wonder why those games actually get taken off the App Store, you know? Like, I don't know if they were, like, using assets that they didn't own the rights to, or if they just decided, like, one day they were like, man, fuck Happy Squirrels. No more Happy Squirrels for these peasants. I'm taking this shit down. Like, because is there, like, a fixed cost that you have to pay to keep your game on the App Store? Because it would make sense if you have to, like, effectively out-earn the cost that it takes to, like, keep it on the App Store. If that was the case, then it totally makes sense that you would want to, like, take it down after a while if nobody's, like, paying you anymore. But I don't know. I've never really thought about that. Yo, this is, like, some intense shit. Oh my god, how did I not die? Woo! How am I alive? Okay. Yeah, the servers might cost money too. I didn't consider that. I think they just take a cut of the profit. Probably server cuts or something. Money, bro, ain't no way that nobody was money laundering through fucking Happy Squirrels and, like, Dragon games and all that shit. How would you even? I don't know. I don't know, man. It is funny to think back to those days, though. I remember seeing an image, like a nostalgia image, not that long ago, and it was like an iPod, like, home screen, and it had the old YouTube where it had the little TV symbol, and it had, like, Temple Run, Fruit Ninja, Cut the Rope, Doodle Jump. You know, it had all the OGs. Pocket Edition Minecraft. You know, I had Pocket Edition Minecraft, but I never played it, like, hardly ever. It was just so scuffed comparatively, right? Like, I played the hell out of desktop Minecraft. I played a bit of Xbox Minecraft, but I never really played Pocket Edition. It just felt like so scuffed to play on. Yeah, exactly. Like, at the time, the fact that you could play Minecraft on, like, a phone, basically, it's an insane concept, you know what I mean? Like, back in those days, it was a lot simpler. Like, you and me, back in the day, I don't even know if Skype was around when we used to, like, first game. Like, I remember we used to call up on the home phones. We would hog the home phones so that we would just be on the phone while playing Minecraft. How did we even do that? Like, did we put it on speakerphone, or did we just, like, play while, like, hunching it by the ear the whole time? I don't even remember. It's so wild to think about that. Because nowadays, like, I don't know, like, Skype and Discord and all that have been around for so long. It feels so archaic. But, like, that was only, like, maybe 10 years ago, you know? Like, maybe a little longer than 10 years. Not much, though. If even. Man, back in those days. Nowadays, like, I swear, like, we don't even use the home phone for, like, anything anymore, man. We have it. But, like, it's, you know, nobody uses home phones for anything nowadays, you know? Everything's on the mobile phones now. Which, I mean, not a bad thing. It's much more convenient that way. But it's kind of funny to, like, think back. The OG days. Dialing up bro on the landline. No, okay, it wasn't a landline, but yeah, I don't know, was Skype around back then? Probably. Skype release date. When did Skype come out? 2003. Yeah, okay, so Skype was around. Maybe it's like we were too young that our parents didn't want us using Skype yet or whatever. That's probably why, right? Because there was definitely some of that kind of mindset for stuff. Nowadays, it feels like the fucking Wild West with kids on the internet. Like, most people, they'll just use anything, and their, you know, their parents don't know or don't care, or both. Mom gave you unrestricted access? I think I had relatively unrestricted access, but probably talked about stuff. I will say I met, like, all my EU friends on Skype. Like, I had, you know, I actually don't really remember how I met my first Geometry Dash friend, because I met my core, like, friend group online through Geometry Dash, which is so goofy. But actually, Aaron, you might remember, but I think, well, the thing is, like, I met a guy who I met you through, right? Was that how it went again? I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was a friend we both had, maybe his name was, like, Lucky or something, and then I met you through him? Yeah. So I don't even know how I managed to be friends with him. I have no idea where or why we exchanged Skype. I don't even remember anything about him. But I met Aaron through him. And then because Aaron used to make a lot of Geometry Dash videos back in the day, I feel like, well, I mean, that's how some of the group expanded, but also, you met Semi through, like, fucking Bloons Tower Defense Battles or something. I pretty much just met everyone through Aaron, like, back in the day. That was, you know, I was just kind of, like, you know, meeting everybody as they came, which was fun, you know. But back then, it's so weird to, like, think about how you met online friends, because a lot of the time it's, like, so random. Come on, Spirit, climb faster! Go! This kind of mode of the climbing training is really fun, not gonna lie. I like this minigame a lot. Oh! I choked. Semi was first, yeah. But I don't feel like I talked to Semi that much when we were, like, all young. I don't think, anyway. Maybe I did. How did we meet Scott? That's one thing I'm trying to think about, too, is where we met Scott. Because I honestly don't remember. It's just, like, the most dude thing ever. It's like, yeah, I have no idea, like, how I met these people. We're just friends. Met him through a Geometry Dash one. Okay, yeah. It's kind of crazy to me that so many of you guys still play Geometry Dash, like, what, 7 or 8 years later now? It's been so long. But I mean, I have like stuff that I still enjoy for like a stupidly long time too. It just feels weird. Oh, you got semi into GD. Interesting. I mean, it makes sense since you guys didn't meet through it, but everybody was playing it back then, you know? We would all just kind of, you know, shoot the shit playing. I was terrible. I was definitely the worst. I mean, that's something I guess a lot of you guys who, like, just sort of found me through streaming. So, like, some of the new viewers, instead of just, like, my friends who also like to pop by my stream sometimes, would not know about me. Is back when I was younger, one of my biggest insecurities is that I was like always one of, if not the worst at like every game that our group got into. Like I was always trash at like every game when we were younger, and it used to get under my skin so bad. Like, but the thing is, like, I would try to practice, but I didn't practice smart, so it's not like surprising. Like I was more like I would play like 1,000 games but analyze 0 of them instead of like playing 10 games and analyzing them all and then learning, you know what I mean? Like in hindsight, it's obvious why I was trash. But, you know. I mean, it depends. I feel like as a group, we don't play... Well, to be fair, I don't hang out with the group nearly as much anymore. But you also just weren't as, like, in the roots as we were with a lot of the, like, more recent competitive games, you know? Like, Osu, maybe? But you didn't really play, like, Osu Mania and, like, all the 4-key with us. You didn't play Rocket League nearly as much with us. You were really good at Counter-Strike. You were better than most of us at CS, like... Pretty good at Geometry Dash. Definitely better than me. Oh, I can't go... What? I thought I could go... I thought I could get the screen to scroll down. Yeah. I feel like, for me, I really enjoy competitive games when I'm doing good, or when I'm derusting, and I really hate them when you start plateauing. Like, that's the thing about competitive games, is they can be fun regardless of whether you're winning or not, but it's a lot harder to keep that mental than it is to just, like, play chill games a lot of the time. It kind of depends what you're playing for, right? Because I do think you can learn a lot of, like, good discipline and, like, strategy and things like that through, like, playing hard video games and, like, trying to get really good at them. And I think that it's been very formative for me as a person. But at the same time, like, you know, I'm not gonna do it, like, indefinitely. When it's fun, I like grinding, and then when it's not, I kind of just stop caring, you know? I feel like that's why I tend to play so many games, like, very cyclically. Like, I'll get into Terraria for a while, and I'll grind the shit out of it, and then I'll put it down and go grind Osu, and then I'll go grind Pokemon, and then I'll, like, go grind Eterna, and then I'll just do whatever, you know? Like, I'll just, like, kind of cycle through, like, a billion different games that I like doing, and I'll just, like, cycle the same few games every year. And then occasionally add a couple. I feel like that's how I tend to, like, play a lot of video games nowadays anyway. I'll just kind of, like, play the same games over time, but I'll, like, space them out in, like, long breaks so that I don't get bored. And then I'll just add new games as they pique my interest. I've definitely started to, like, enjoy rediscovering games I haven't played in a super long time, and like just like trying out new games a lot since I started streaming. But I also think that it's a different kind of like games. Like I've enjoyed a lot more, like I have much more of an appreciation for like single player games and like more like relaxed games than I used to. Because I used to basically just play competitive games because I was just playing with my friends like all the time, right? So, you know, it would always be whatever the group was kind of grinding out in that moment. Whereas it's been kind of nice since then to like step back a little bit and just like try stuff out. Story mode interest? I mean like to a degree. It depends, you know. I've been enjoying like the visual novel stuff we've been doing. Particularly Valhalla has been really fun. But like I don't know if story is necessarily like the biggest thing. The other thing about like story games is like they can be really fun to stream, but I also feel like when they drag too far, it can be hard to like keep it interesting for people, because like, you know, if you don't like keep up with it, it can be kind of hard to like drop in whenever and just like hang out. Like, you know, if I'm playing some bullshit like Duck Life 4 or something, you don't need to know shit about what's going on to just like kind of pop in and say hi, right? But if I was like, you know, 5 streams deep into a visual novel or something, you would probably click in and be like, what the hell is going on right now, you know, like, which doesn't mean it can't be fun to do sometimes, but it's definitely not like my like main focus by any means. You know, I do find like story game, I feel like, again, I just have to be in the right mood, and I have to be inspired, and then I enjoy story a lot. But I tend to find that when I like just decide to like consume something story related for the sake of consuming it and not because I'm like genuinely like interested in that moment, I always get bored and drop it. Short story mode games, that is exactly what I mean. I actually have a couple that I'm meaning to stream at some point. Like I bought during the summer sale, I bought these 2 games called Gree and Journey, because I think that Journey is a sequel to Gree, but like, you know, I'm excited to do that. A Short Hike was a really nice experience. We have another one that Sweeren recommended that's kind of like that, I think, called Firewatch, that I still haven't played on stream. So why I didn't like Planetarium, just wasn't really in the mood. Yeah, I mean, that's valid, right? I think that in general, like if you try to consume a story that you're not like really feeling, sometimes you'll get into it and it's like great. But there's also a lot of times where you just kind of get bored because you're like trying to force yourself to like trudge through it because like somebody told you it's good or whatever. But if you're not really feeling it, then you're not feeling it, you know? Then you got Red Dead. Yeah, I mean, I do have Red Dead, but I need to be in the right mindset for me to want to start Red Dead. It'll probably be a little while, to be honest. Like, if I'm being completely transparent, I think I will enjoy Red Dead, but I also have no idea if we'll end up playing the whole thing on stream, because Red Dead is a long game. It's a lot of streams, you know? And as much as, like, I think it'll be really fun to, like, do at least for a few streams, I also do feel like something I've kind of become aware of after, like, streaming a little longer again with variety. Because I used to stream under a different name, but I would stream, like, much more, like, tailored, like, games, usually. Like, I'd be in a community or whatever, right? And I kind of found, like, you know, playing, like, 20 episodes of Elden Ring, you know, it gets a little bit more boring by episode 20, you know what I mean? Stuff like that, if that makes sense. Some people will still be vibing with it, but it can definitely be a lot, you know what I mean? So I kind of enjoy playing games that either have like a lot of replayability factor that aren't like long or necessarily even have an end, or playing like short things that can be consumed in like 1 or 2 like sittings a lot of the time. That's kind of like my ultimate preference, I suppose. But long games are good to experience too. I just don't often have the motivation to start them. But we will start like Red Dead and Persona and all of that. We will play them. You know. Heard of Psychonauts? I have heard of it. Oh, wait, I recognize this character. I recognize this art. Is this a kind of old game? Psychonauts 2 as well. I've definitely seen. Definitely looks like a little old school. They did 2 games, yeah. I was gonna say. It definitely looks familiar. But I don't know if I ever really like consumed it, but I've seen it before. I recognize the art style. This game mode is epic because I only need one hand, so I can drink water while gaming. Pretty sick. Both are short games and we can finish in 2 to 3 streams max. Ooh, okay. Now the hidden question that nobody likes asking, but is unfortunately the truth. How much? I mean, the thing is, for me, if I have a game that really piques my interest, I will probably, I don't mind buying it, but I'm still in the process of like hunting a part-time right now, and I have so many games in my catalog already that I don't really want to like spend more money on games like that I don't intend to like play immediately, you know what I mean? Duck, duck, goose. Hello, Taco Cat. Man, y'all remember playing Duck, Duck, Goose, bro? Oh my god, that's a school throwback right there. You got Game Pass? Oh, is it like on Xbox or something? I don't have a Game Pass, nah. I pretty much just use Steam and Switch. Unless there's a Steam Game Pass. Is that a thing? I have no idea. But yeah, man, on the topic of like Duck Duck Goose, I was having a funny throwback conversation with my friend earlier. We were talking about like, why isn't there like Olympic dodgeball, and why don't adults play dodgeball anymore? We were talking about that, and then I unlocked a memory. I remembered a game that we used to play in like PE back in the day, right? Where all the kids would sit in a massive circle in the gymnasium, right? And we'd have this like big like parachute cloth thing. And everybody would like wave it up and down, and a kid would be chosen as cat and mouse. And you'd have like one of them crawling under the parachute, trying to run away, and another one climbing on top trying to catch them. Which is a really kind of messed up game in hindsight to be the mouse, but it was so fun back in the day. I remembered that. Yeah, dude, it was a fire game back in the day. No problem, Taco Cat. Happy to just see everybody popping in. Game Pass is on PC too, is it? I had no idea. That's kind of cool. Also, I mentioned this earlier, but I want to show you guys something again for the people who weren't here at like the very start of the stream, because not very many people were. I just wanted to mention again, my first EP I released, or I announced yesterday anyway. My first like little 4-song album is coming out at the end of this month, and I wanted to just sort of like highlight again how absolutely amazing the art is on this album cover. Like, this is, look at it, it's so beautiful. Oh my god. I'm so happy. Harushio is like the artist I worked with, and they've never done an album cover before, but man, they knocked it out of the park. It's so beautiful. But I know, it's so beautiful. They have such a good art style. Like, for having never worked on an album cover before, it's so impressive because it's so professional. Like, I love the way that they used like the little sparkles in like the Starfinder text as like a custom font type thing. It looks so nice. And like just the art style, like their shading style and like their use of lighting is so cool. They honestly did such a good job. I was so stoked, and I'm excited for you guys to see like all this stuff. You know, obviously it's like a little imperfect in a lot of ways. I did all the mixing and everything, so it's not like the best production ever, but I worked really hard, and I hope that you guys will enjoy my first release. I saw some people were commenting like certain songs they were looking forward to on the announcement video, which made me really happy. I'm curious if any of you guys have seen the announcement. Which song, like, preview had your attention the most? Which one kind of stuck out to you? Because I saw a couple different ones in the comments of the video. I'm curious what you guys kind of like initially were drawn towards. I'm excited to have like, we're gonna have like a little after party when I release it, you know. Well, I mean, it's gonna drop at like midnight, I think, so realistically it'll be the day after, but that gives people time to listen to it too, which I think is good. I'm so excited to like put something out that's not a cover song. Mind you, I have like a lot of different things that I want to try with original music, excuse me. It's not to say that I won't do more rap in the future, but it was kind of nice because, you know, writing rap is how I actually got into making music, and it was a large reason in like me like practicing singing and stuff like that more as well. And it's kind of like a nice personal project and like send off to the genre for me. Last one, yeah, a lot of people were like really into Wish Upon a Star, like from the little snippet of the chorus I put, where it's like, he goes like, cross my heart and hope to die, cover my scars and hope to fly. I wish that I won't ever be apart from you. That one is like, I felt really good when I wrote that part of the chorus, honestly. I'm really proud of that song. It's a very it's an interesting song. I don't want to spoil things too much, but the entire Starfinder EP, it kind of has like an overarching theme to it. It has a couple overarching themes, but the main sort of like direction I had with it was I was kind of writing about my sort of like experiences through COVID and like the pandemic sort of period of life and the, you know, the changes that I had in that time. So there's a lot of stuff. Wish Upon a Star is kind of a song of like acceptance and like, I guess in a lot of ways, like, I find it very personal for that, you know. It's a lot about like, you know, there's a lot of things that you can't control in life, but you kind of just gotta, you know, wish for the best, do your best, and focus on what you can focus on in life, you know. And that's kind of like a motif or like a sentiment that I really agree with. So it was a very personal song to me. You know, some of the lyrics are kind of very introspective in a lot of ways. I'm excited to see what people think. I don't know what people will think about a lot of stuff on that album, but I think you guys overall will enjoy it. Starfinder is also a very special song to me. I think it's the most experimental song on the entire EP. It is very much like the song where when I wrote it initially, I was kind of like, I don't know if people are gonna actually like this, like, you know, it's like, I like it in a lot of ways, but I wasn't sure. And then I showed like a couple of my friends, and they were like, dude, like one of my friends, Starfinder is his favorite song on the EP. And then I was like, you know, it helps me have a little confidence. I was like, okay, you know, like I gotta like trust in myself. Yeah, I mean, this is the first time, of course there's some nervousness, yes. This is the first time I've ever released music, and I've written probably like 20 like rap songs alone that I've never released under any name. I've never put music out before. I've never shared with the world my own like lyrics and melodies and things like that. It feels very personal. So I am definitely a bit nervous, but also it's like an excited nervous. Like I want you guys to see what I've been cooking up for a long time, you know? That EP took me months to make, you know? So I'm excited. You got bars in the vault right now? I got hella bars in the vault right now, bro. I got bars in the vault that aren't even on like old songs. I have ones that I've just like thought of that I never really got to use. But there's the closest that I've ever had to a song release. There's an ancient song that is nowhere you will ever find on the internet, but one of my IRL friends has it saved on his phone with like a fake rap name for me and a picture of my friend edited onto like the Weezer meme. It was a song called Home Run, and the lore for that song is when I was newer to writing rap, one of my friends was like, okay, when are you gonna do UK drill? And I was like, bet, hold on. And I just wrote some like random bullshit in like an hour, and it was actually kind of fire, so I finished the song and I never put it out, and I would never really want to release something like that because it's totally out of line with my brand image, like a lot. Like Galaxy Wide is the closest you'll get to something like that. I think it's kind of a better version of that song, but you know, at least it's like much more in character to me. It's got more like personal references and stuff like that. VTuber drill. Maybe if I get in some beef one day, you know. Man. But that song was like, it was like a very like aggressive, like violent song, but it was kind of fun. There was some fun with Home Run, you know. It was a goofy one for sure. I do feel like the first verse was like really good. The second verse was like the chorus is what was really the money. The first verse was good. The chorus was super money. The second verse was okay, and the last verse was the most mid. I kind of like, I felt like more forced. I still have that to an extent, to where I feel like a lot of the time my first verse tends to be a lot better than my second verse on like songs. Wish Upon a Star, I think, is a good exception to that. I think I did really well with having like, cause I had a very full vision for Wish Upon a Star. There's supposed to be 2 collab songs on the EP. This is some like hidden lore, and I'm not gonna name drop obviously right now, but basically I had a collab lined up for Cut Loose. Cut Loose was supposed to be a collab song, but what happened is the other guy that I was making it with, he just kind of like went MIA on the internet. Like I haven't been able to get a hold of him in months, and after a while, like I was, you know, even though like what he made was really good, we didn't finish it and I didn't have access to his stems. So I kind of had to finish it solo. And, you know, above all else, I really hope that he's okay. I hope he's doing well. I think he's probably doing fine. He's a really busy person, so I assume some stuff must have happened. But, you know, it's kind of sad, but I think I did not bad in like finishing it solo anyway. And maybe, who knows, maybe one day we'll like release the collab version as like a single drop or something. But I think instead of being like sad that collab didn't pan out, you guys should be really excited about Galaxy Wide, because Vega is so damn talented. He's so goated, and his verse is so addictive. Like, I learned his entire Japanese verse, and I low-key enjoy performing it more than mine. Like, I had some really good bars in Galaxy Wide. Galaxy Wide is the song where I was definitely barring the most. That was my song where I was like, alright, this is where I'm gonna show off my writing a little bit, you know? I'm gonna not be afraid to make some harder bars, even if it doesn't, like, totally fit my character. I'm just gonna kind of go in, you know, make some schemes, have some fun with it, and it was mostly just like a vibes song, right? Like, I'll explain more of like the process of like the like overarching themes and like inspirations for stuff when you guys can actually hear everything, obviously. But I'm excited because I know like most of you guys probably haven't really interacted with like the JP scene much at all. And like Vega's a pretty small creator right now as well. But he's really talented, he's very experienced, you know. I think he's kind of like me in the sense that, well, he's more experienced in music than me, but I think he's like in a similar sense to me, that he became a VTuber, like, not as like his first endeavor with content creation. And you know, he's a really cool guy. And he speaks enough English. Like, I went into it, when I first met Vega, I thought I was gonna have to talk to him all in Japanese. But then he just turned out to be like relatively fluent in English, and it's like, oh, sweet, you know, like, because his English is definitely better than my Japanese, you know. I can kind of converse in Japanese, but it's not like comfortable. Vega's not like fluent, but you know, like he's pretty good, you know, like he can hold a convo. So I haven't talked to him in like a couple months now, but like, man, we really need to catch up. We were supposed to catch up after the VTuber concert that I did, and I haven't in a while. Nah, I wouldn't roast Eminem, bro. Eminem's already been real quiet since my trailer dropped. Nah, but for real, I mean, it's really cheesy. I don't listen to Eminem that much anymore. Not to say that I don't like his music. I think Eminem is great. But he was one of the first, like, he was definitely one of the first, like, people that I listened to rap from. Like, my introductions to rap were very cheesy. You know, I liked listening to Maury Calliope, and I still love Callie's music. Callie is a fucking goat, and her new album, I'm so happy that I checked it out, because it is one of the best albums I've ever listened to. But, you know, I used to be Mr. Lyrical McSchmiracle over here, you know, all up everybody's ass, you know what I mean? And nowadays, it's more like, and you know, like also like fast flow equals good song, good rapper, whatever. And nowadays, you know, I'm vibing with anything. Like, I don't get super in with hip hop culture where I'm like listening to everything, because like realistically, I'm just not, right? But I also enjoy like every hip hop artist like that is major in any way, or even like just decent, you know, like whenever rap comes on, I'm vibing. I just don't go out of my way for it a lot of the time. But I've enjoyed listening to my fair share of stuff over the years. You know what's really good? You guys heard, I've been hearing this one song on Shorts so much recently. There's this like rap song that came out recently called Big Dogs by like some guy that I've never heard of, where it's like, wait a minute, get it how you live it, 10 toes in when we standing on business, I'm a big stepper, underground method. Yeah, that one is so good, bro. Like that thing that song comes on, you just like feel pumped, bro. That song is so fire. It's so perfect for like short form content too. Like it just gets right in to like that hype section right there, like so fast. It's got like such a nice concise build-up. Really good song, man. I love that song. I was looping it when I found it for the first time. Twi rap karaoke when? Honestly, I would probably have to learn some songs. Because as much as I like listening to rap sometimes, I don't go out of my way to learn rap very often. Like if I off of my head think about rap songs that I know, it's like some of Callie's stuff. There's a lot of Callie's stuff that I really fuck with. This is so cheesy, but there's this guy, I haven't checked it in a while. He might have posted new, I don't know. But there's this guy that I really fuck with who's called Glorb, and he literally makes AI SpongeBob rap. But it's not like AI text-to-speech. It's like he sings it and then tunes his voice with AI. It's like, it's really cheesy. Like I think he probably started as a joke and it was already good then, like decent anyway. But he's so good because he's an actual like legit rapper. Like people found his like main thing, and like he is an actual like legit rapper, and he's really good. And it just sounds good, and like the bars are so funny. I don't know, but I know some of that. I don't know the entire song for Rap God. I only learned the fast part for Rap God and Godzilla because back then I thought it was cool to learn that. I'm trying to think like what other stuff. I've only actually bothered learning like a lot of really cheesy stuff just because like back in the day, that's what I listened to. And I mean, okay, well, to be fair, I still love Callie and I still love Glorb. You can't pry me from my dork rap, okay? Although, to be honest, a lot of Callie's new stuff is pretty legit. You guys hear the one song that Callie did for it's on the new album. It's for the Suicide Squad anime, Go Getters. Or it's like, sorry, I'm just better. Sorry, we're go-getters. My phone wicked started tricking you while you're running. Woo-hoo. That one is like so catchy, man. That shit has been in my head like so much since I found it again. Cause it's such a good song, man. It's such a good chorus. But like honestly, like the hooks and stuff, or like the verses and stuff is good too. That song goes so hard, man. I was so impressed by Callie's new album. Like, I think in general, I will always have like a fondness to Callie's music because in like one of the darkest like periods of my life, Callie released the Unalive album, and that was like a real like, it was really helpful for me in like a very hard time in my life. So I've always had like very fond memories of that album. And I feel like since then, Callie has been making good music, but it almost felt like she kind of like sold her soul to UMG a little bit, or is it Sony that she's with? I don't remember if she's with UMG or Sony, but her music label anyway, right? She was collaborating with a lot of like really high profile Japanese artists, but I didn't necessarily feel like the songs like fit her like voice and her style. She was just kind of doing it. And even like one of her, I guess I never really checked out Jigoku 6. I should definitely listen to that because I didn't. I forgot to listen to that when it came out, and I kind of forgot about it. But she did the one album with like Mera Mera and like, okay, Camouflage was a banger on that, and Make 'Em Afraid. She's made some good songs too, but I didn't feel like she was totally like tapping into like her real creative like style. And then Phantomime as an album felt like we went back to like Callie doing Callie things again, you know what I mean? Like there was all sorts of like different genres and stuff, and they were all excellent. And her singing is so much better than it used to be too. Like she's improved a lot as an artist. And it's really cool to watch an artist like get better over time, you know what I mean? It's such an awesome feeling to just like watch that. I like super enjoyed that album. Like it was genuinely one of the best albums I've heard in a long time. I feel like Hololive has just been so like on point with their music in the past couple years. Like all the people that have been making albums are like, they're so good. Like Sweet Say's albums always bang. Toa's album was amazing. Bei's album was great. Callie's albums go hard. There's like another artist that just slipped in my mind. Caillou had a really good album. Like, I feel like basically all of them that actually make it that far end up like doing a really fire job with their albums, you know? I definitely want to do a full-size album one day, but like it's so expensive to do that. Dude, yeah, Glorb is unironically so fire. Like, watch it. Also, it's just like so interesting because like Glorb makes those like fucking AI SpongeBob raps and you think it's just like a meme, but like people have started calling it a hip opera, which is a really good like phrase for it, because it is literally like watching like an opera story pan out through the form of rap songs back and forth between like Plankton and Mr. Krabs' gang, you know what I mean? It's like so stupid, but it's genuinely really like high quality. Like they got some sick animators like working on it, you know? It's like stupidly good. It goes way harder than it has any business. Also, Duck Life OST does also go pretty hard. I like the flying theme. This theme is good. It's like a good like energy to it, you know what I mean? Good training music. You can really feel the training vibe. You just get like the really calm menu music for like a split second. We're almost done flying training for Osage, and then we can do climbing training for Osage, and then after doing training for like 2 hours, we can finally like do some races. I definitely forgot just how like much training is in this game. It's a longer game than I remembered it being, you know? Feel like I would for real, or I would fuck with Glorb more if I grew up with SpongeBob. Totally valid. Like, I definitely grew up as a SpongeBob kid, so like, it's also like really cool to see it in that regard too. Like, you know, I remember I was definitely on like a lot of like Western cartoons growing up, so like, I loved SpongeBob, Phineas and Ferb, Johnny Test, Fairly Odd Parents. You know, even if you go like kid times, you know, I liked Tupi and Binu. Y'all remember that? You know, I saw something that I think is one of the most cursed feelings as you grow up is seeing a kid's show you used to watch change wildly. Like, Tupi and Binu went from being an animated cartoon to being like a puppet show, kind of, on TV. Like, they use puppets for it, and it looks like way worse in my brain. Or like, The Wiggles is like so different because they lost one of the members, or I think they lost 3 of the members actually. I think it's just Anthony who's the same now. That was a really cursed one to adjust to, because I grew up with The Wiggles. You know, stuff like that. It feels so weird to watch them change like that. But I feel like there will always be some shows that are like timeless classic. Like Phineas and Ferb will never fall off in my head. It was just way too goated. I think Phineas and Ferb was probably the best, like, one of the, like, Western cartoons. Or, like, oh, you know what's another one I just remembered? Y'all remember Total Drama Island? Any of you guys ever watch that? Man, that one, I forgot about Total Drama Island, but that one was kind of good, actually. That was a funny one. Yeah, Total Drama Island, bro. Oh, dude. There's a whole conspiracy video on it. Like, really? About what? What conspiracy is there to be had, bro? It was just a bunch of fictional characters doing, like, stupid challenges. Yeah, I feel like Total Drama Island was definitely one of, like, the trashier cartoons from back then, but it was really funny though. I'm not gonna lie, everybody likes Total Drama Island. A lot of the time trashy stuff is really good, you know, like it gets made for a reason. It's just fun to watch, even if it's kind of bad. I mean, like, even there's always been like extensions of stuff like that I've liked too. Like, I don't know if you guys would have ever gotten into it, because I feel like it might be not like a super niche corner of the internet, but not like super like mainstream either. Y'all ever watch those like object game shows? Like there was, I'm trying to remember what they were even called, but it was like these animators on YouTube would like make their own show of like a bunch of like objects that were like alive and like, you know, competing. Was it BFDI? Is this the one? Yeah, Battle for Dream Island. Yeah, this is what it was called. Dude, now that's a throwback for me as well. Old school YouTube right there. Holy shit. That's some pretty old YouTube lore right there. Man, I doubt that any of you guys know Battle for Dream Island, but I did enjoy that when I was younger, man. There was so many like people that would make like YouTube, like shows on YouTube that were like low production, but at the same time like higher production than you'd expect. That were like really good back in the day, you know. I remember there was one where it was like somebody dubbed this like unofficial comic series of like Mario that I really liked watching. I feel like dubs in general were like so much more of a thing like 10 years ago. Like, not even necessary. I guess it was probably close to 10 years ago. But, like, stuff like that was, like, you know, remember back in the day where you could just, like, use your voice and, like, that was enough? And you didn't need to have constant visual stimulus going on? Remember when kids had attention spans? Kind of. Nah, I mean, I don't think it's, like, the worst nowadays, but, like, I'm so bad about things now. Like, it is embarrassing how often I watch things in 2 times speed now. Like, it's efficient. I like doing it because I still enjoy consuming stuff at that speed, and then I can consume more. But it's like, it's so goofy, you know what I mean? It's such a silly thing to be doing. Like, I started taking a food handler certification class online so that I can apply to food jobs more easily. And it's like mostly a series, it's a series of videos that you have quizzes for like intermittently. and then you have like a practice exam, and then you can take the actual exam, right? And unironically, I like instinctually went to turn it on 2x speed, and then I was like, oh shit, they don't have that on this website, because it's not hosted on YouTube or something, it's just their own website. And I was like, dude, these are like, well, I mean, to be fair, I did it before I like checked any, before I really knew what I was getting into, but like, they're like short, very short videos, like only a couple minutes each. Mind you, there's a lot of them, but let me see. When you could parody IP and not get demonetized, that's actually facts, that's why. I remember when like parody songs were like a huge thing back in the day. You see like fan songs now, but parody songs, it feels like, are way more like scarce. No, sometimes anime in 2x speed just makes sense, bro. Cause this is the thing. Some anime have so much filler, man. Like, they take so long to get to the good stuff. You might as well just watch it on at least 1.5. Cause then you get to like watch so much more anime. Like, if I'm watching a show week to week as it's airing, I'm not gonna speed it up because there's no reason to speed it up. I'm just gonna enjoy it for like that one episode. But if I want to get through a series that's like 20 episodes or even like 13 or whatever, and you know, like I'm just trying to like, I'm in the binge, of course I want to like be able to get through more of it in one sitting. It just makes sense. Just jump the filler? No, like, but I mean, a lot of the time there is value in the filler. It's just the pacing is a little slower than I'd like. I like watching in 2x speed. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. How do you feel about if you watch Sakura-so on 2x speed? Well, it depends. The problem is that I can read faster than you, so I can enjoy it more. Sometimes you don't even keep up with the subtitles on 1x speed, okay? We are not the same, but... No, I mean, realistically, for anime, I'm much more likely to watch it on like 1.5 a lot of the time because, you know, you have to read everything as it goes. But... Okay, am I wrong or am I wrong though? Like, I'm just saying. Like, objectively speaking, the speed of reading, it's not like you're superior for being able to read faster, but it is a factor, you know what I mean? Like, how long did you take? I know you weren't like as like in on the binge of it or whatever, but how long did you take on Planetarian again? I don't remember. Because I took like 2 hours, and I know Chin took at least 3. Unless it was you who took 3 and he took 5, but I feel like it was one of you took 5, I think. Like, Chin is a slow reader. He takes forever. He's a bit of a sluggin', but that's okay. It's fine. I only like to read when I'm by myself anyway, so it's not like it affects me. I don't even read that much anyway. I'll occasionally do like I've only done a short manga a couple times. You know what I need to finish? I need to read Bloom Into You. Because Bloom Into You was a good anime, but it was cut short. So I want to read the manga and see what actually was supposed to happen at the end. Because Bloom Into You is one of the only anime with Ace Rep, which is like such a cool thing, you know what I mean? Like, Ace Rep is so rare. Like, you almost never see, like, asexual characters in media. Oh, there's, like, definitely a problem of, like, gay representation in media being, like, shoehorned in a lot of the time. But at the same time, at least it's there. Like, when you're ace, it's, like, sometimes you feel like an alien. Like, nobody ever makes ace characters, bro. Half of the time that people will talk about an ace character in media, they're actually, it's not canon. Like, people just kind of see them not interact at all, and they'll just kind of like make the call. Like in anime, like I know one that people talk about is Psyche K, if you guys have ever like seen that. It's like a very like slice of life kind of anime. It has like a bunch of really short episodes. I only watched a few episodes of Psyche K, but I also watched YouTube compilations of it, which is kind of just as good. Yeah. I don't know.
I find that nowadays, even just in like the past like half a year, I've gotten like a little bit less intent on like the ace label. I never considered being ace like a strong personality trait of mine. It was just kind of like part of me. But I think that now it's almost more like I've thought a lot over a long period of time about how like, well, I guess it kind of still, I still think I am asexual because I've pretty much never experienced like sexual or romantic attraction. It's almost never. I've experienced maybe 2-3 times max in my life. But realistically, it's actually a lot. Like, the only time I've ever really, like, been able to say I had a crush on someone was once, and it was, like, kind of complicated in the sense that, like, it was one of the first times that I had, like, a good friendship with a girl, and there was, like, there was a decent amount of mixed signals. I just kind of felt like it was the right feeling to have, even if it wasn't like initially exactly how I felt. And I also didn't feel like a lot would change if we were in a relationship. I think part of why I got into like, part of the reason I developed a crush, I think, was because I wasn't gonna see that person a lot after, like, basically I met them at work, and I'm definitely the type of person where I don't like the idea of being in a relationship with somebody you work with. It can just be like very complicated and like be very messy. So basically I kind of like asked them out after I quit. And part of the reason I felt the need to do that is I was like, we're not really gonna like talk anymore if it doesn't become something, right? Which is actually fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I felt like it was worth trying, even if like I didn't think the relationship would work long term, even if she said yes. But I felt like I would regret it if I didn't try, right? So I asked her out, and we didn't end up getting together, which is fine. In reality, I kind of knew, like, even though there was some mixed signals, like, she was a lot older than me, and I was not that surprised to be rejected at all. But, like, we're still good friends. We don't talk a lot, but it is nice when we do talk. And I think that that's an underrated thing as well. It's like, you can have, like, I feel like something I've come a lot more to terms with as I've become an adult is, like, having friends that you don't talk to all the time, but, like, every time you do catch up, it's, like, a good time. You know what I mean? It's, like, just cultivating the right circle over time that you can just kind of pop in and vibe and, like, catch up. But it doesn't have to be like a committed thing all the time, you know what I mean? You don't have to be like doing something fancy or like talking every week or anything like that. There's no like obligation, you know what I mean? I'm much more hands off with a lot of things, and I kind of like it. Oh yeah, well, I mean that crush, I was like sitting on my feelings for a good few months before I actually ended up leaving that job and therefore having the courage to do anything. And I wanted to have a good experience regardless if she said yes or no. So what I did is I bought us both tickets to go to Canada's Wonderland, which I had never been to before, and she hadn't either, because she came from the Philippines. She was like, I think she came for school here in Canada, and then she was planning on working here, but I think she ended up moving back home. I don't know if she moved back home or if she's just visiting back home for a while. I'm not sure. But we went to Canada's Wonderland. We had like a whole day out. It was really fun. You know, we had a lot of like really fun moments. And then I was supposed to ask her at the end, but I got really, really like nervous. And, like my anxiety was too much, and I never managed to get it out. I was, you know, like I hesitated and I kind of missed my good opening. And I was like, well, I'll say it before we leave, you know, we still got the whole train ride home. And then she fell asleep on the train, and I was like, well, you know, it wasn't meant to be for right now. That's okay. Because by the time she was up, I was dead tired. But, you know, what I decided I would do is I didn't want to do it by text. So I sent a voice message. But what I didn't realize, because I never used the voice message feature on Apple before. I don't think I'd ever use a voice message feature, period, really. I'm not the type of person to text much in general on, like, your phone, let alone, like, a voice message. If I want to talk, I call, usually, right? But I didn't know that you can't, like, choose to like, whether or not you want to send it after. So, like, I did, like, a kind of, like, really, like, messy, like, sort of just off the dome kind of like take without thinking about what I was saying, like, at all. Then I was like, okay, I'm gonna like revise like this and this in my head after I clicked off of it, and then I saw the word sent, and I actually just died inside so hard. I was so embarrassed. I hid under my blanket for an hour, and I prayed that I would fall asleep, even though I knew there was no universe I was ever falling asleep. And it was actually perfect, because I came out of my blanket 2 minutes after she responded to my text, because she needed some time. And, you know, we didn't end up going anywhere with it, but we ended up staying good friends after that. And I think it was better off that way in a lot of ways, because, you know, it would have been a cool experience to, like, date, but I think that our, like, life values and goals weren't that in line. And, you know, like I said, she was a lot older than me. We're kind of at different places in life, you know? So I think about it a lot. Like, even though I'm ace, like, I totally am, like, very down with the idea of a relationship. It just, I need the right person, you know what I mean? Like, there's no desperation for me. There's no, like, need to be in a relationship. I'm very content being single. But at the same time, if I were to, like, find the right person, I have no doubt that I would be, like, relatively happy to like try it out and potentially be in something more like long-term committed. Because I'm not as interested in like dating for fun. Like, frankly, I don't got budget for that shit. I don't got money to spend on bullshit dates that are gonna go nowhere, you know? If you want to have a date, like, sure, but like we're gonna hit a park or something, you know what I mean? Like, we're gonna go and get like something under $10. I'm not trying to go out to eat or like go to like an arcade or like an amusement park or anything that crazy. You know, maybe if it was like a few dates in, we had some like free dates, I kind of like saved the money a bit. But I'm not trying to do anything too crazy. And the other thing is, I also am totally unwilling to use dating apps. I had a very, very brief stint of like 1, maybe 2 days where I tried it, and it is just like the most shallow shit ever. Like, it's just not what I'm looking for. So, you know, I kind of like, even though I'm open to a relationship, I haven't really like prioritized looking, and I think that's fine, because I have other things I care about more at the moment. Not that there's anything wrong with it if you do prioritize stuff like that, but I've seen people like find good relationships. It's hard to find good relationships on dating apps, but like, I have a friend who's been in a long term that came off of Tinder, and like, I have a friend who's still in a long term, like 5 years later, off of Omegle. One of my best friends has been in a long-term committed relationship, long distance, and they met on fucking Omegle. And they're still going. It's insane. I can't even imagine it. But I mean, whatever works, you know? Having a partner that's like a friend is based 100%. I think in reality, a good, healthy relationship is like two really close friends that just happen to like support each other a little extra, you know what I mean? Because I already like build friendships that I find very fulfilling, so I don't need a relationship to like do everything for me. And I think you should never try and put all your eggs into one basket for like a relationship, you know? You shouldn't rely on just one person to give you all of your like social attention or like physical like needs or anything like that. You should try to like split it among like a greater group of people that you care about and trust. You can have one person be like your main source, that's what a relationship is, but it's good to like be able to foster that kind of like care and support in your like regular friend groups too, you know? Bring her to the dollar store? Nah, but that's actually based. You know how good the dollar store is? Like, where else can you get 2 chocolate bars for $1? That's like 1 to split each. It's like a couple deal. Like, I'm just saying, I roll up to the dollar store, I could get 2 island bars for $1. And there's like 3 like individual pieces in each one. That's like so much chocolate. That's like a romantic dinner at that point, honestly. By having no, I mean, I don't think I would agree that. See, like, if you're actually happy with polygamy, then do your thing. But, well, also, like, I assume when you said multiple wives, you're not actually talking about, like, polygamy. You're talking about the guy gets wives and the women are all loyal, which is kind of, I don't know how I feel about that. I think it's a bit more of a fantasy than anything else. And it's a bit shallow, even if it's not, but, like, polygamy, there are people who are happy being, like, in a polyamorous relationship, which is fine. You know, you should do whatever makes you happy at the end of the day. But also, a lot of people, I think, can get roped into stuff like that, and then it's not nearly, like they're not actually happy, but they kind of just sort of, like, make do with it, or they, like, settle a bit, which I think is kind of sad. Like, I have a very close friend who, a while back, got cheated on by his long-term significant other, and they're not together anymore. Thank God. She was awful. Just respectfully, she was terrible. But, and after she cheated on him, she somehow gaslit him into them having an open relationship, which is like, I was so disappointed in my friend at the time. I was really, really disappointed in him at the time. Eventually he came around, but, you know. Makima? I don't know. I don't remember Makima that much, because it's been a while since I watched Chainsaw Man. And I never read the manga or anything, I just watched the first season. But she was very, very manipulative. Like, it was crazy. My friend was the one who was working to pay all the bills. He was also expected to do all the chores and shit. It's like, you know how sometimes women will complain about, like, how they don't want to have to feel like they're, like, you know, their significant other, like, they're like a mother figure to them, like, you know, doing all their, like, laundry and their dishes and all that shit, whatever, right? It's like, she was that while also contributing literally nothing financially. Like, eventually she started working a little bit part-time, but she was also bad with money and would end up making them spend a lot of money that they shouldn't have been spending. So it kind of didn't make up for it, really. Slavery is a very strong word. I don't think I would agree that it's slavery, because you're not forced to stay. Like, he left because he could. But, you know, a lot of people, I think, can end up falling into a trap with relationships where at first, you know, everything is good, but that person slowly, like, starts to step on boundaries more and more as you go. But because it's just a gradual change every time, you cooperate every time, because that's how you have a healthy relationship, is you make compromises, right? You cooperate with each other. But if you showed all the things that you let happen to, like, the you before you got into a relationship, or like, yeah, you're gonna stay with this for like 5 years, they would be like, what are you talking about? Like, they would laugh you out of the room, you know what I mean? But it can happen, like, very easily, though, you know what I mean? It's very easy to, like, fall into those kind of, like, pitfalls where you don't really notice what's happening to you, or you just kind of accept it and you, like, settle in, you get comfortable. Because a lot of people would rather be comfortable than be in a good situation. Yeah, it's always the stupidest games, bro. Like, yes, of course. This conversation is happening while I'm idling duck life training. Oh, he's doing way better. He's actually in a really, really healthy relationship now. He was saying to me that he was gonna be single for quite a while, and then a few months later, he ended up meeting somebody else who was, like, really, really good to him. And they're great. They're probably gonna move in together in, like, a year or so, I think, which is really dope. You know, I'm really happy that he found a nice, healthy relationship where the other person is actually putting in, like, a equal effort and everything is going well for them. Because, you know, he's such a great guy. He's like one of my best friends, and, you know, it makes me really happy to see him get what he deserves, you know what I mean? Because he's such a sweet guy. He deserves the whole world. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm always here for my homies. No matter what, I'm always supportive. But it always feels good when your friends can kind of recognize their own self-worth, because it's very hard to, like, it's very hard to see it in yourself sometimes that you like are settling for less than you should, or not even should, but like than you want to. Like, it should because you want more, even though like you're not actually chasing it, you know what I mean? I'm a big believer in like being ambitious is really good, you know, like if you want something, you should get it. Not gonna be easy, but it will be worth, you know what I mean? And so if you have it in you, and you shouldn't settle when you're not actually happy. I think settling is great once you actually end up in a position that you're happy with, but you gotta get there. Come on, dude, how am I outrunning this right now? I swear it's like just a matter of time until it like generates a pattern of icicles that is just death. And there is literally nothing I can do at this speed. So I'm going pretty far right now, though. I'm gaming. Oh, shit. No, we're fine, we're fine. Check me out, Goated on the ducks. Oh. No, I'm chilling. It's giving me such easy, like, format. Oh, it's death. Yeah, that's actually death. There's nothing I could have done. Nah, I don't like talking about politics on stream. See, I like talking about, like, philosophical shit. Because there's, like... It's not very offensive most of the time. Sometimes people might feel personally attacked or called out a little bit, but everything comes from, like, a stance of, like, trying to better yourself, you know what I mean? Whereas politics is, like, a battle of ideations, which I don't mind talking about politics with, like, friends sometimes, but it's not my favorite. And even then, like... Even in that sort of, like... What requires level 0 flying? Alright, buddy. I don't have anybody who has 0 flying. What the fuck? Why did they put a... I should have... Damn, I wouldn't have trained flying if I checked this guy earlier. I'm stupid. But, like... Yeah, with politics, it feels like you're just debating on who's, like... whose ideals are better. Which... is very debatable, but there's no point in me doing something like that on stream. I feel like it just divides people for no reason, you know? Like, we don't need this to be a political space. It's a place for people to come and seek community in a way that is, like, safe and, like, welcoming, you know what I mean? So, for me, I like to kind of keep politics out of it, but I think that if you like politics, that's not a bad thing. It's just like I don't know. It's not the space that I want to deal with it in a lot of ways. Okay, let me get an extra duck then. Fuck it. I want to beat up this guy who has the audacity to ask for a matchup that has no climbing power. All right. We're gonna get Jake as a duck. Congrats. You are gonna train climbing, and you are going to beat this duck's ass. That's what you're gonna do. You literally exist to beat this one duck, and then you're gonna probably be benched forever. Holy shite, yes. This is your moment. Congrats. Welcome to the squad. You're gonna be the freeloader. You're gonna be the freeloader of the team. Alright, 24 energy. Surely that'll be enough. Alright, we're barely gonna even need to train this. This is gonna... Yeah, I mean... I'm gonna give you a little training. And then you better beat this guy. Because he is insisting that his opponent is level 0 at flying. Which means he clearly is an inferior bird. So, I mean, if you lose that, like, I might just have to unmod you. Like, you know, respectfully. might just be the end of the blue wrench. Nah, I'm kidding. I mean, you're kind of schmooving on the training though. I love looking at the little foot on the bottom, just kind of wiggling around the wall. It looks so like stupid. Look at him schmoove. Sweats nervously. Time to lock in. It is time to lock in. You better cook on this training because you need that level to be real high. No art? Yeah, I mean, you literally just climb with your feet and by pushing your body into the wall. To be fair, leaning your body into the wall is pretty OP. Like, I've only been rock climbing once, but I did a climb that I thought was going to be completely impossible for me because my friend was like, who actually does climb, was like, you need to like lean into the wall like really hard, like lean into it with your whole body when you like swing yourself. And I did it, and I actually made it, and I was like, oh my god, because I thought it was completely impossible. I didn't think there was any chance. Like, I was kind of close, but it was like it was not feasible. And then suddenly it was like, holy shit, I did the thing, and then I didn't choke the rest of the climb. And it was an awesome feeling. Like, if rock climbing wasn't so expensive, I might do it more. Alright, level 7 climbing. I'm pretty sure that's high enough. Mess him up, Jake. Oh. Look at how slow it is. Oh. Okay, you know what, Jake? I think you're gonna be sitting on the bench. I don't got time for this shit. You know what? You win, Mr. Angry White Duck. That was the most pathetic one-sided matchup I've ever seen. Oh no. Oh man. Alright. Let's go. Timo Sage. No, you don't get to take all the credits. We got the Twi Knights. The Twi Knights have assembled. Nah, not actually on mod. I was just playing. Alright, let's see Osage. Debut race. First race for Osage. Cooking it up in the lead. Gapping super hard on flying. Gets the dub. Nice. Next race, we got Beep. Coming in here. A little behind on the climbing, actually. Currently in last, but oh my god, our ducks are so goated on the flying, though. Look at how hard they cook on flying, man. Like, it's not even close. They just go from literally last to, like, front running. And last, we got Sweeren. Oh my god, there's a fellow watermelon hat. Freeren, Freeren. Sweeren is doing a better job at keeping up in this one, though. The steps. Oh, look at that expert skip. Instead of landing and slowing down with the running animation, just flies straight over the last step. That was genius. Let's go. We beat the sticky masters. Hey, yo. The swift champs and the tough riders. Ooh. Funky little city. Look at all these funky colored eggs, man. They got so many funky colors here. It's kind of epic. Being said, we kind of need to clean up the base stats on some of the squad here. Particularly our run speed. Looking a little under the cut for what I would like. Egg? Was that the one where it was like white with yellow in the middle? Because that is true. That is literally the egg. That's kind of funny. They have a lot of good designs. I don't know, I just like the aesthetic of this game. It's so cute, man. Like, the ducks are so round. I was kind of, like, thinking to myself just now, like, I'm really surprised at how much longer this game is than I remembered. But it kind of makes sense in the context that, like, you train, like, 3 ducks. Because I was remembering the other Duck Lives where you actually, like, you just play as 1 duck instead of, like, training a team or whatever. So like you don't have to do nearly as much cumulative training. But it's kind of fun. Like the training minigames in this one are like kind of just better versions of the old ones, I feel like. I'm kind of curious about the new Duck Lifes, like the ones that came out after the Flash era. I kind of wonder like what they did with it. Like if it's just kind of a reskin of the same old game that they did like a billion times. Or if it's actually like got some new like cool gimmicks and stuff like that. Like there's a part of me that may end up buying one of them at some point for stream. Probably not for a while. And there's a good chance that I completely forget that Duck Life even exists and just don't do that. But I feel like it could be fun. Because it's a cool just like game to just kind of like switch my brain off and enjoy the nostalgia. Duck Life 9. Yeah, I think that's the last one that they made, right? I think it goes up to 9 now. Which, I mean, I probably would just skip to the most recent one. I would assume that that would be the best one. You know what? The reviews on Steam looked decent from what I remember looking at. Like, I don't think they were doing, like, too bad. So, like, surely the games are actually, like, decent, right? I mean, honestly, I'm just surprised that they were still making them, you know? I really kind of was not surprised in, like, my line of thinking that they just sort of died after they finished doing the first 4, but maybe not, you know? They got the core audience. On a kind of different topic from everything so far, you guys might have seen on the schedule if you peeped it already. I don't have a stream this Saturday. It's only 3 streams this week because I'm going to a cottage for the first time in my life. Your boy is about to go like touch grass to the maximum. Like, apparently we gotta like get on a boat there, like not far, I don't think. Or was it actually? I don't remember if that was actually part of it. I feel like my mom said something about that though. So I'm gonna be about as out in nature as I've ever been. It's gonna be really trippy, I think, because it's with my the side of my family that I haven't really met most of them. I only recently got back in touch with half of my family, and I'm going for my uncle's birthday, and I've never met him before, and I have no idea what to expect. I have a feeling it might be like one of those days where it's like really tiring, but I'm glad I do it. I'm gonna be fucking dead too, because I'm gonna have to get up at like 7 in the morning or something. I'm gonna have to get up so early, but it'll be fine. I think it'll be worthwhile as an experience. I think it'll be cool. Because I'm not usually like a super nature guy, you know. I do think that nature is like really great. I just also love being a hermit and just chilling inside like permanently. Not permanently, I like going for walks, but nothing like too crazy, you know. I don't truly like have a day where I'm unplugged like that pretty much ever. So it's gonna be interesting. I mean, I'll probably bring my phone. I don't know if there'll even be reception, but they said to bring swimming trunks though, which means I get to swim wherever we're going, and that's fire because I love swimming. That alone is worth. I have a feeling it's gonna be like just natural water and it's gonna be freezing cold, but I don't care. I'll still do that. Okay, I don't think the boat's gonna sink. That would be... That's a very doomer mindset to have. I mean, if I don't come back, maybe the boat sank. It's definitely a theory that you guys could run with. But I definitely wouldn't jump to that conclusion, though. What are we talking about? I'm gonna be going to a cottage for the first time in my life on this Saturday, and I was just kind of talking about that because, you know, I've never been, but I'm going with some family that I honestly don't know very well. But, you know, I mean, it's gonna be a cool experience. I'm kind of excited, in like a weird way. I don't know if it's really going to be my style, like, at all. I don't know if the people are going to be my style. I think I'm going to be surrounded by a lot of people way older than me, which has kind of been a trend of a lot of family gatherings recently. It's like, I'll show up, but my few cousins don't actually, and then I'm just there with all the old people, you know, trying my best to, like, vibe without, like, draining myself socially too hard. Because in a lot of ways, like, there's so much about my life that I would have trouble talking about older people with, let alone if I even want to. Like, but everybody wants to know what you're up to, you know what I mean? Like, most of my family knows that I'm trying to do, like, online stuff. Some of them know that it's with YouTube, but pretty much none of them know that I'm a VTuber, except for, like, my very immediate family and one cousin who I'm really tight with, because he's like a brother to me, you know? But outside of that, you know, I tend to kind of keep it on wraps a little bit, because I like having my privacy with it, you know. I would feel a certain type of way if my family was just watching my streams all the time. So it's interesting, you know. I have some people from, like, a much older generation of my family who are kind of this aspect, like, they're kind of this, like, opinion of, like, you know, you shouldn't, like, hide things from people. And I think, like, in general, like, hiding things is not good, but there's also, like, a time where it's none of your business, you know what I mean? Like, like, respectfully, like, I want my space, and I also don't want them to get involved with things, because a lot of them aren't tech savvy, and I don't want them just roaming around on the internet in, like, public eyes with their, like, full name out on display and shit. Like, don't just give them, like, your whole ass, like, Facebook profile for no reason or something, you know, like. That's how you know these people I'm talking about are too old for this shit, man. They use Facebook. I haven't met a single person my age that actually uses Facebook, other than maybe to talk to family members. I had a Facebook exactly once in my life, and it was so that I could claim free gems on Dragonvale. That was the only reason I had it. Is so that I could cash in my free gems, and as soon as that was done, I didn't give a shit, man. It wasn't even like me. I, like, made a burner Facebook or something. That's how you know I used to like those games. Had to farm up my gems. Facebook is the perfect. I mean, it really is. Like, you can find out a lot about some people off of Facebook, you know, just by, like, looking at their profile. Which, I mean, I don't think generally, like, I think most people aren't malicious about it. It's kind of fun to, like, look at somebody's stuff online like that, but I just mean, like, looking at what people are up to, I suppose. That came off kind of creepy. I don't really like be digging around for people's info. I think there's no point in that, but you know, some people do, right? And I like to think that if I ever were to become a larger content creator on here, I wouldn't want my family just accidentally doxing themselves, you know? Like, that's something I'd rather not happen. Because it's again, like, in the same way that I say it's none of their business to, like, be checking out my stuff, it's none of their business to, like, be, like, you know, sort of, like, receive consequence because of what I'm doing. Like, they don't deserve that at all, you know? I want to keep my family separate from stuff, for better and for worse. I just like the privacy that comes with being able to be a VTuber. I don't know. I like that. I think it's a very cool thing, and there's a lot of other aspects of why I did it. You know, I love the culture. I love the kind of, like, content that is generally, like, perpetrated in the sphere. I love that it lets you, like, express yourself in a way that's very hard to do, like, physically, like, on camera. And even if you can, you know, you might have to spend a lot of money and effort, like, regularly. Like, I don't want to do makeup and shit and, like, be coming in perfect, like, condition to every stream. I want to, you know, be... Right now, I'm sitting in my comfiest hoodie. It literally looks like a fucking old carpet. It looks like an old rug, but it feels like a blanket is hugging my body. And it is wonderful. And I don't have to think twice about it. My hair is all frazzled right now. I haven't combed it today. And you guys wouldn't have even known that if I didn't tell you that. And there's something beautiful about that. That's the best part. Is that I don't have to like try really hard to like look good. Alright, that's probably enough levels. Level 100, good. One experience with the ocean, I was 8 with my family in a ship. There was this huge wave that just crushed on the side of the ship. Everyone looked panicked, and I was so excited. I mean, if you live, like, that's pretty hype, not gonna lie. It's just like getting splashed with a bunch of water, you know? That's pretty tight. Alright, let's go. Luigi wins by doing absolutely nothing, except instead of Luigi, it's Osage. Look at him go. Wait, he's living so long. Oh, that's gonna hit him. Yep. Not bad, though, honestly. Solid performance. Okay, so we're gonna get everybody's running up to like 100, which Osage is the last one and is a lot closer. Doesn't need to go as long to get it. And then we'll be good. You know what I was kind of thinking about as well recently in terms of like streams? I said earlier today that I was kind of done with like playing competitive Pokemon for a while after my team fell off and I got bored. But I'm gonna have to get into it a little bit again because I want to stream on the like official ranked ladder, like not Pokemon Showdown. I'm gonna do a stream. We're gonna do... I don't think it's realistic that I can climb on my fresh profile from rank, like, baby noob rank 1 all the way to master rank. But I could definitely do it in 2 streams, because I can probably go almost undefeated up if I, like, get a halfway decent team. So I'll have to, like, practice a little bit. I could probably just bring my, like, number 1 ranked team, even though it's now, like, there's a couple new comps that have come out that give it problems. I could probably do it just because, you know, a team that is viable to hit rank 1 with is much, much harder than a team that will hit master rank. You can hit master with damn near anything that's halfway decent, you know? Like, the real crazy thing about trying to, like, maintain being, like, a top ranked player on high ranks in, like, Pokemon Showdown, for example, is that if you want to move up, you need to win 6 or 7 games for every one loss that you have in order to actually gain rating. And that's only to gain a small amount of rating, and there's daily, like, elo drain. Like, after like, each day, your rating will go down a little bit. It'll decay a bit naturally, until you're at, like, a certain, like, baseline where it's low enough that it stops doing it. And so... realistically, you probably, like, I still go positive with that team, but I'm only going, like, maybe 3-1 or something, and it's, like, a slow bleed, because, you know, realistically, to move up, you probably got to be going anywhere in between, like, 8 and 10 to 1 loss or something, to actually, like, move up consistently, you know? It's very competitive. And doing that in a game where there's, like, certain luck-based elements can be really hard. So the game forces you to keep grinding. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, the decay is pretty small. You really don't get much decay. It's just that when you're trying... because, like, the way that the system is balanced is you don't want to penalize a player who's 300 rating points lower than you the same way for losing to you as they would for losing to someone their rank. And you... but, I mean, the converse, like, side of that is that if you happen to lose to someone who's, like, pretty damn good, 200 points lower rated than you, and has a really good matchup into your team, if you lose that, you gotta be able... that better be a really rare matchup, and you better hope that you don't start pulling them over and over, because you gotta win the next, like, 7 or 8 games to offset it and go up again. Like, it takes a very... like difficult level of consistency, pretty much. And I found that the kind of composition that I had a bad matchup into that I didn't even know about because no one was playing it when I hit rank 1, overnight became like a decently common team. And certain like common Pokemon just like started running sets that were like more difficult, or just like the compositions got better quality. And a lot of the tools that the team relied on became less consistent, so I could still win a lot, but I couldn't win like every game anymore. And that's kind of when I fell down to like a decent like amount lower ranked, and I was just kind of like, whatever, you know, like I can't be bothered to keep grinding. I'm just gonna do this. Level 114, that's plenty. All right, city. This is the last training area, I believe, and it's jumping training, huh? All right, let's start. You know, we can start with Osage this time. All right. Use the left and right keys to move your duck and press up to jump. Jump and stay on the screen and don't get crushed. Ah. Look, there's stairs. Kind of. What is this goofy ass sound, bro? Just goofy beat. Okay, it's kind of funky now though. Oh, it's about seeing how high you can get. Oh. Damn, that gave me 0. Okay, so the first game sucks for getting progress. Whoa. Yo, there's some crazy angles on this one. It's kind of funny watching it just like bang into the front. Oh shit. That gave me 11 levels? Okay, that one is broken. Skill. Okay. Do this. Oh, okay, hold on, I see. Alright. You gotta do a backflip? Yes. Okay, I understand this one. It's like gymnastics, kinda. I got you. Oh, I went the wrong way. That one was worth 6 too. Okay, so the last 2 training minigames are actually pretty efficient. It's just the first one sucks. Cool. Oh. Alright, well, I'm the GOAT. Alright. You know, sometimes I've been seeing, like, Olympic gymnastics stuff in my, like, shorts feed, and it's kind of cool seeing people who are, like, really good at that. Because I just, like, can't imagine being, like, that in control of my own body. It's kind of sick. I have a level of respect for like being able to do like a billion backflips or whatever, you know. There was a really cool story at the last Olympics as well that I saw, where it was, I think, 2 guys that were doing like pole vaulting, or no, it wasn't pole vaulting, but it was like the highest jump or whatever, right? They agreed. They were tied like super deep in. Like they went like almost as high as possible. And the choice was that they could continue the jump off, but they instead agreed to both win the gold. And I thought that was really wholesome, because apparently they were like both friends and they got to like both have their dream of like winning a gold medal at the same time, which is like so sick, and so it's so awesome that they were like humble like that with each other, you know? Because like I can understand wanting to like be the only one, wanting to be the best, right? But also, if the goal for both was always just like 2 friends that wanted to win a gold, it's really cool that they like did that together, you know? think there's a lot of respect to be had in like both of them having the mutual sort of like courtesy to take the tie for first. Oh shit. I just face planted there. That second minigame is really good, but for like farming levels, but I'm terrible at it apparently after that first attempt. But this trampoline one is pretty fire. Also, yeah, they literally did just like make this beat out of springs, and low-key it goes hard. I mean, this is just like a really, like, I mean, using springs for beats is not like new. That's just Jersey Club. But this is, I wouldn't call this Jersey Club though. And in a lot of ways, this beat is kind of, it would probably make a worse song than an average Jersey Club beat, but it also is like more interesting as a standalone beat to listen to. Yeah, I know, the box is like super randomly broken after the first round. Because from this round, is I'm like intentionally trying to get out. Because this one gives me like no XP. Like, I swear I get like nothing from this round. But the problem is like I can't die quick enough. And then once I do, for some, oh, the box, look, why is it now the box, look where the box is this time. That box is just doing random goofy shit, man. Ah, that one is so hard to control. At least this one I feel like I can control it. Damn it. Okay, let's flip. I was talking, it's kind of funny that there's a jumping mode like this, because I was talking to my friend earlier today about trampoline parks, because back in the day, I remember like all of the coolest kids, what they would do for their birthday party is they would invite everybody to the trampoline park, and you would all go to the trampoline park, and you would just like, you'd play trampoline dodgeball and all of that. Like, trampoline dodgeball was so tight. People who've never played it just won't understand what they're missing. But it is, like, the coolest way to play dodgeball, bro. Especially as a kid. Like, trampoline dodgeball was so fire. And they'd have, like, these massive foam pits that you could go in. You just get to, like, jump off of the trampolines. And that was always really fun as well. You know, I was never like too good at like doing flips and stuff, but I did like trying to do like a front flip or something occasionally if I was on a trampoline. Random question, what is the worst injury where you were just like, okay, when you got it? I've never really been injured badly, to be honest. Like, I can't really think of a time where I've had like any sort of bad injury. Yeah, I don't know, honestly. I don't think I've ever really had any like bad injuries in general. Like, I've never broken any bones or anything like that. You know, I'm a pretty indoorsy person, always have been, so I never ended up like really breaking anything. Oh, that's terrible. No, bro, you need to get that checked out. That you could get tetanus from that. Rusty nail is like one of the things that you absolutely can't be like just being like, okay, you could literally get tetanus and die. No, I mean like legitimately, that is like not even like a time to be like, making funny jokes or whatever, like, you should never ever do that, because you could literally just get tetanus and die. Like, tetanus is one of the most deadly things. There's a reason every child has to get vaccinated for tetanus. Even though, like, how often do you actually know somebody who fucking gets, like, a rusty, like, fucking impaled by rusted metal in some way? I've never met anybody who has, but, I mean, you gotta take the precaution. Because it's just, like, so... It's just so not worth it, man. Evolution type shit. I mean, evolution didn't solve that. We had to get vaccinations for tetanus to stop being relevant, you know? Definitely not one of the ones where you want to just hit the fuck it we ball. Bro, why is that minigame so hard? How was I so good at that on the first time? Oh wait, I'm looking the wrong way. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Definitely gotta be very, very cautious with tetanus. Not worth it. Oh, I made it across the second jump for the first time in a while. Oh, okay, I passed 3. I face planted, but I passed 3. Expert gymnast routine here. Maybe I can get to 1,000 this time. Oh, I did. Okay, level 100 is probably high enough. Start the next duck. It was 6 when that happened. Okay, well, to be fair, if you're 6, like, you probably don't know any better. Yeah, what's the worst virus you could have? I mean, the worst virus you could have, I don't know. Probably some variant of, like, COVID or something, I would imagine. Like one of the stronger variants or whatever. Anything that can kill you, really. But I don't know. I think the worst virus I've really had, I mean, on paper it's COVID, but I never had like bad symptoms with COVID is the thing. Probably just like a random fever that I got as a child or something. Would be like the worst that I've ever experienced. Solid plus 18. Loneliness is the worst virus. I mean, calling it a virus isn't quite right, but I mean, it is definitely an epidemic right now. People do be lonely nowadays. I mean, everybody deals with some loneliness nowadays, I feel like, you know, it's impossible not to anymore. For the most part. I think it's just part of life, you know, but it's definitely gotten a lot harder to like meet new people than it used to be, I feel like. I mean, in some ways it's easier, but you have to be very unafraid. You have to be much more, like, willing to... Like, there's a lot more people you can meet, but they're not all worth your time. And you have to be a lot more courageous and, like, interesting to captivate people. I think there's, like, richer friendships to be had in a lot of ways. Well, maybe not necessarily, but there's definitely, like, at least as high of a potential for, like, really good relationships, but, you know. Oh yeah, probably, it is probably actually something like the Black Death or something in terms of, like, the worst virus ever. Wait, I'm gaming right now? Aw, oh, come on, man. I was kind of schmooving there. Yo, the block made it to the trampoline this time. Look at the block just chilling. This is our new best friend, Block. He is vibing. He was lonely. And then he found out there was Duck in town. And thus, he come to the trampoline. Oh, that's a 360. Stupid. That was kind of cracked right there. Plus 21. Sheesh. It is really funny how the stupid, like, brown brick thing just keeps, like, coming through. I wonder how bugs like that actually happen. Like, I am genuinely curious, because, like, I don't even know if the block was, like, in that position when it fell. It feels wrong, because it always feels like it ends up in this spot. It feels a little too coincidental. Actually, no, that's not true. It was on the right side the other time. The brick just really likes to follow along, man. He's part of the club. That is a very random comment. I don't know. I don't feel like there are always cool names for stuff like that. Like, obviously there are cool names sometimes, but there's cool names for everything sometimes. Like, at the end of the day, I think that what it is like, anything that has a scientific sounding nickname will sound, like, sophisticated and cool. And in terms of, like, nicknames and stuff like that, I mean, in general, it sounds cool because you're comparing it to, like, an actual regular name most of the time. Like, you could just, like, you know, have your own, like, nickname or, like, identity. I mean, a lot of people do that on, like, social media now. But at the same time, like, a lot of people are scared of being, like, too cringe or whatever, and it's like, nah, just lean in. Just name yourself what you want. We just don't need to go there, though. We just really don't need to go there. Yeah, I mean, there's stuff like that, but I don't know. I don't want to have this conversation, though. Like, I'm just trying to enjoy my wholesome little duck game. I'm not trying to think about serial killer names and shit like that. Like, sometimes you guys are too intense. Like, I don't know. I had periods in my life where I was kind of into consuming, like, true crime videos and shit like that. But honestly, I feel like it just is so bad for your mental to, like, fill your like, thoughts and your space with, like, really, really, like, dark influences like that. It almost never leads to anything, like, actually good. So I've tried to like kind of cut that kind of stuff out of like my kind of like scope, if that makes sense. You know, I don't really like to think about stuff like that anymore. It's just like a bad influence on your brain. It's cooler to like surround yourself with stuff that inspires you, which shouldn't be serial killers. I certainly hope. Hey Babo, what's up? I'm kind of schmoving on the trampoline right now though. Hold on. Kinda clean with it. Wow. Okay, level 100. That's 2 down. We got 1 more duck. 1 more duck. I hope level 100 will be enough. Thank you. I'm really surprised. I mean, a lot of it has to do with the times that I've been focusing on shorts, and I haven't done any shorts in a little bit, and I feel bad about it. I want to make some more shorts. I've just been kind of preoccupied with a lot of other stuff in my life right now that makes it kind of difficult to focus. But I'm really grateful for it, and I've been like really trying my best to like keep making cool stuff. And you know, like I got the EP coming out at the end of this month I'm really excited about. I still got to make shorts about that too, although it'll be a little bit easier when the full songs are out and stuff like that, I think. But I'm excited to share like so many things with everybody. You know, it's really fun. I don't even know how I got that, but I mean, I'll take it. I'm bombing the shit out of this right now. Psych, I'm gonna make it to 1,000 last second anyway. Oh, I actually did. Really bad burn injury? People are telling their kids to stay away from him? Yeah, that kind of stuff is like, it's just so like sad. Like, see, I've had like times in my life where I get into like watching shit like that, but I find that like your mind is like a sponge, right? And everybody understands this concept when you're like a kid, but as you grow up, it's like easy to forget about it. And the more you like fill your life with like things that are just kind of depressing, the more like you will have like a gloomy outlook on like life in general, I find. You know, it just, you know, you kind of like start to perpetrate whatever you like feed into your system. And it can be very like taxing in a way that's not like easy to understand in the moment, because you're just kind of consuming, you're not like thinking. But when you try to like do stuff, you feel like tired or demotivated, and you have like these bad outlooks on things because you know about like the absolute worst case scenarios. It's like just one of those situations where like ignorance is bliss at the end of the day, you know? It's much better to just have no idea. Why we got a brick on screen? Because the game is broken. Check this out. You see that brick that just killed me? For some reason, it just loves to... It just carries over, you know? The brick was lonely, so we invited him to come to the rest of the jump training. He's just vibing. Just sliding along, you know? Nothing crazy. Ah! Man, that second game is fun, and it gives a lot of XP. Although I think that this last one is the most fun. This might be the most fun, like, training minigame that they have in this game. Doing the little, like, trampoline flips with the instructions. It's fun, you know? There's, like, a good amount of variance to it. Look at the duck go. Whoop! Big flip. Oh, back flip. Whoop! 360. Boop. 90-degree turn. What's... Oh wait, I'm looking the wrong way. It's like... I got confused. Still not bad, 1300. Kind of clean. Alright, what level are we at? Oh, it doesn't say here. Yeah, the brick do just be bricking. He's just bricking along, having a grand old brick time. This one, oh, he's like barely on the screen this time. This brick is shy. He wants to come along for the ride, but he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to intrude. He wants to stay out of the way. Why does this flip so hard? Sometimes my controls feel like so powerful. He rotates so easily. Very delicate. Suiren is just a delicate duck. I need to be more precise in my inputs. It's fun to imagine though, you guys just flipping around in like a trampoline park. We need to have a trampoline party. That's our 1,000 subs, is we're gonna have a pizza party at a trampoline park. Take everybody out. Man, if only I could actually do that. Man, that would be so fire. I mean, the pizza party could work. Mind you, you would have to bring your own pizza. I don't think I could exactly give you guys pizza. Flying, no, I can't afford to be flying y'all out. I'm a little too broke for that. And there would be a lot higher priorities on the tier list of things to do if I had fuck you money than flying Rayan from YouTube chat out to the trampoline park. Maybe one day we could have an in real life meetup somewhere, probably like a con or something. I mean, there's a lot of cons now where like you don't even have to physically be there, right? You can just do like virtual meet and greets. It would be cool to do one of those someday. And it's definitely like feasible that I could like end up at a con at some point. The Facebook event, oh my god. Not Facebook. No one can ever actually like convince me to use Facebook. Nothing in this universe would ever get me to use that godforsaken platform. I just like, I don't know, I can't stand like the UI and like the culture that I associate in my brain with Facebook. Now we gotta get the official Twi.io Facebook. Post the videos on there. Oh man. You know, I always find it kind of funny when there are some people who are like, they'll post videos on like every platform ever. Cause like, yes, it's good and important to like focus spreading your growth, but it's so goofy. Like, what future do you envision yourself with Facebook to where you need to like upload to there? You know what I mean? Yeah, like young people have Facebook to interact with their older family members. I don't need it for that, and therefore there ain't no way that I'm ever downloading it, you know what I'm saying? You know, if my data's getting stolen anyway, I don't want to give it to Mr. Zuckerberg. Like, I like to use Twitter sometimes, as trashy as it is. I like YouTube. And honestly, that's kind of just good enough for me. I don't need anything more than that. I got Discord for the homies. And for you guys, of course, as well. I like our Discord server. You guys post such funny stuff in the Discord sometimes, man. Like, I remember Beep drew, like, the like, needy streamer overload sticker of I'm Orb with me, and that was so funny, not gonna lie. I was losing my shit when I saw that. Or like, even like, I remember a while back Suiren posted like this like meme drawing of me with like the Chad face just like absolutely chiseled out, and it was fucking hilarious. Even if it was just like a paint drawing or something. I mean, it was really quality, actually. I don't know if it was actually in paint or if it was in like a proper software. But it was good. Like, low-key, some of y'all be artists for real, you know? Like... And I love artists, and I'm very honored when people in my community, you know, spend their time to make art of me. That is like such a high prestige in my brain. It's so cool, man. It's like I suck at drawing, so like doing fan art is like impossible for me. I will never call it X. Nobody can make me. Okay, let's do... Swearin has the best jumping level, so we'll let Swearin do these races. Area 51 raid. Bro, who still talks about Area 51 in the year 2024? Hello? That place doesn't exist anymore. We agreed to forget about that one as a collective on the internet. No, I don't know exactly what the plan is yet. Yo, what is with the slow-mo? Swearin getting the cinematic hops in right now. Why did the frame rate just die so hard there? That was kind of funny. I mean, I'm almost not even convinced that was just a random frame drop. That looked so majestic. I was gonna enter the tournament, but the tournament room is on the cruise boat. That's just stupid. What? What's stupid about that? You know who's stupid? You. I'm gonna show you. Osage is gonna destroy you. Let's go. Oh, look at Osage cooking. Might be the new hire for the day, but he is too strong. Look at that. Wow. What a goat. Alright, I think we're ready. I think we're ready for the city tournament. Let's get Beep, Osage, and Swearin in. Alright, Twi Knights assemble for the second last sort of tournament race. Oh, the running speed. We're getting gapped on running. Holy, we're getting gapped on running. Like, hard. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why are these guys so fast? Oh, we got fourth. Yikes. Okay. Maybe Osage can, like, win this one. Okay, Osage is holding pace a little better. Yo, they're fast as shit on the flying, though. Do I have to max out my stats? These guys are crazy. We're getting hard swept. I thought 100 would be enough. But, it does not appear... Oh, nah. Oh, they're clowning me. They're clowning us right now, straight up. We're getting clowned badly. We got last 3 times in a row. Oh, no. Alright, well... First things first. We gotta hit more reps on everything, I guess. Because these guys are way too goated. The Twi Knights did get absolutely cooked right there. But it's okay. We need the vengeance arc. Yeah, we need a reason to hit this training arc again. Look at Beep go. Over jump 5 for the first time. Made it to 6. Not bad. It's intense training now. We don't get to be world-class ducks by just lollygagging and messing around. We gotta get serious. Real serious duck training hours. That's fine, honestly. These minigames are like pretty chill. I enjoy it. Like, the game is a little grindier than I remembered, but I'm having fun, so I kind of don't care. I will say, though, some of the, like, balancing of the XP gains for different, like, training modes are so bad. Like, it's kind of funny that it's just the logical choice to instantly end, like, some of the training so you can, like, skip to a more efficient one. Okay, so we're gonna hit almost 150 here. I wonder if it's worth just going 150 on jump, just because jump is a really fast one to train. You can train jump very fast, which is pretty sweet, honestly. Some of them, like running, is gonna take a bit longer. That's fine, though. Okay, chat. I have an unrelated question completely, just random thought that entered my brain. If we had the 1,000 subs pizza party, right? If it were to happen, what kind of pizza are we getting? Right? What toppings are we getting? This is very important. I need to know what you guys, what your preference is. What's your style, kinda? Popping off on the trampoline right now. Hold on. Oh shit! I kind of threw. 1,400, 1,500, 1,600 for the fans. 1,700. Ah, 1,600. Level 153. What? I thought it maxed at 150. I went through the bar. Beef all the way? Beef is pretty good on pizza. Tuna? Tuna? Who puts tuna on pizza? That's crazy talk. I've never heard of tuna. Pepperoni is good. Olives, not really my style, but I can respect that. Like that's a topping that people do. Tuna is kind of crazy though, not gonna lie. Like tuna and olives, I think it's crazier than pineapple on pizza, and I don't even like pineapple on pizza particularly. Like, don't get me wrong, if somebody gives me pizza with pineapple on it, I'll eat it happily. But if I'm ordering for myself, I don't feel like it adds, like, I feel like it turns pizza into something that's not really what I'm looking for out of pizza. It just, I don't know, the synergy isn't like my favorite, but it's not bad. Like, I can understand why people like it. That being said, I have no idea what tuna is bringing to that party. That's a little bit of a crazy pick, but you can do what you want at the end of the day. Italian tuna and onion pizza. Is that actually a thing in Italy? It is, actually. They're not wrong. It is a thing in Italy. I do love onion on pizza. Onion on pizza is pretty good. I definitely think out of like the vegetables I would order on a pizza, onion is like S tier. I would totally vibe with that. Now, unfortunately, for you anyway, I am not good with seafood, so there ain't no universe that you are tainting my God-given pizza with tuna on it. So that one you gotta bring your own if you want tuna on that. Yes, we're talking about if we were to have a 1,000 sub pizza party when the day comes. What would you get on your pizza? That is the question. I'm probing y'all for your opinions. I have a lot of faith in beef. I'm curious what she would order. Nutella? Okay, actually, you're just trolling with that one though. Nah, Nutella. I mean, if it was like a dessert pizza, maybe. But I mean, we could get it. You know, if we really wanted to commit to the bit, we could get a dessert pizza in that regard for like after the first pizza. But at the same time, you know, like what if I just made dessert? Also, I don't know, Nutella sounds cursed even for a dessert pizza in a lot of ways. Like, aren't dessert pizzas like, I don't know, that just doesn't sound right. Something sounds off to me. Placed your face in a long person? Classic pepperoni, and I drenched it in hot sauce and nobody's looking? No, but see, pepperoni's the goat. Like, why would you act like you're just wrong before you even like hear anything? I love pepperoni. Pepperoni is the most common order I get. And to be honest, spicy is good. I would totally vibe with putting a little hot sauce on there. You know, why not? I definitely vibe with that more than tuna and onion or whatever this bozo's. And no, I'm kidding. It's totally fine to like whatever you want, but nah, I mess with that order. That's a good order, nice and classic. Can never go wrong with pepperoni unless your friend is vegan, in which case more pizza for you, so you still haven't gone wrong. Can never have too much pizza. Have I ever told you guys that pizza is my favorite food? Not the healthiest, but damn, I could eat pizza for the rest of my life. That shit just never stops hitting. It never gets old. We'll post some food. Yeah, we have to get everybody to post pizza pics. Oh, that would be so goofy. That would actually be so silly. It would be kind of fun, but I also always feel like kind of insecure about eating food on stream. I don't know. There is a lot of good food in like Southeast Asia with spicy food. Sometimes I have to be careful if I need to like stream or like do like singing and stuff like that. Usually it's better not to eat spicy food because it's kind of hard on your throat sometimes. But I love spicy food though, when it's within my spice tolerance, which frankly is not that high. Definitely not for like Southeast Asian standards. Like I'm a little baby in that regard. You know, I can't take too much. You know, whatever is like mildly spicy for them is probably like a good spice level for me. But spice is just good, you know, like it's kind of funny that as people we like spice. Because if you think about it, peppers literally evolved to be like, all right, we need to make it so that animals will like eat us. If they try to eat us, they will like spit us out and be like, oh my god, that tastes like dye. I don't want death. And then people were just like, this one hurts when I eat it. And then they just kept eating it, you know, like, like, why, how did we evolve to be this way? Because, you know, like, there are some animals that are kind of like immune to capsaicin. Like, I think birds don't get affected by capsaicin, if I remember correctly. But like people, we definitely get affected, but we just take pride in that shit. We're like, oh yeah, you know, that's, you know, I like the tingly feeling in my mouth. Like, isn't that just like so goofy, man? It is a miracle that we are the apex predators of the world. Duck Life 4, yes, we are still going. There is a lot more training involved than I remembered. Yeah, exactly. It's like the pain was like fun. You just run it back. We've been masochists since the ancient days. I mean, it kind of makes sense too. Like nowadays, we don't even think when we go to like a grocery store or something. But imagine learning to forage back in the day with our ancient ancestors. Like you're just picking berries and like you could just easily just grab the wrong one and die, like straight up. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of crazy how the world works like that. And nowadays we don't even think twice, you know what I mean? But we are picky about like the wrong things, like like these grapes are too wrinkly. I'm not gonna eat those. I'm gonna green bin it or whatever. But then, back in the day, they found out trial by fire what you can and can't eat. If it's food shaped, it's going in. God, it must have been like, how did they like pass down that information back before you could like have writing and like organized shit as like a society? Like you just gotta teach the kids really young, I guess, because you would still have to like forage and eat as like a child, most likely. Like your parents would probably help, but you're probably like doing something in terms of like getting your own food. And you probably also like, I'm sure there was the feeling back then too of like wanting to act like the adults that you see all the time. Like I remember one time as a kid, I scared the ever-living shit out of my dad because I wanted to make my own soap because I thought that would be really cool. So I took a cup, like a drinking cup, and I mixed water and Pine Sol, which is like floor cleaning shit if you don't know what that is. And I made it as my own soap, and he got scared because he thought I might have drank it. Which makes sense, because I put it in a cup. He was like, you didn't drink that, right? I'm like, no, it's soap. And he's like, okay, don't drink that. I'm like, I was never one of those kids that would like put shit in your mouth that you're not supposed to, Like I wasn't one of those kids that just tried to eat everything. I wasn't a glue eater or a crayon eater or anything like that. But I did give my dad a good scare. How are you so good? Oh, that was honestly a pretty bad fail. I'm like kind of distracted on the minigame because I'm trying to like... honestly, we've been going for so long, I value more just being able to talk to chat than like rushing the training or whatever. But I've gotten up to like 30,000 on this one, I think. I love eating glue. Yeah, man, glue is just... I love the way it just like coats your mouth, It's like, it really just nice and sticks everywhere. It's like a weird thing though? Have you guys ever experienced like smelling shit that you're not supposed to like smell, but it's like low-key kind of addictive? Like you smell like if you like sniff a marker or something. I remember as a kid, like I knew you're not supposed to smell it, and it's not like I was sitting there just like catching huge whiffs of like Crayola constantly or anything. But like, or like hand sanitizer and shit like that. Gasoline can be one of those too, yeah. Where it's like, you shouldn't sniff it. And it doesn't smell like good in the same way that something like, I don't know, vanilla or like flowers or like something like that smells good. But like, there's something weirdly like satisfying about it that shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. It makes no sense to do that. But Canadian Tire smells so good. I haven't been to a Canadian Tire in a while, man. I think the last time I went to a Canadian Tire, I needed like pans or something. Or no, I was getting a whisk, I remember, and a wooden spoon. And I went there and they tried to sell me on some credit card that they were running. And I was like, no. I still don't have a credit card because I don't feel like I spend money consistently enough that I care to have one. Like I wouldn't be earning any meaningful amount of credit anyway. But I'm sure I'll get one at some point when it makes more sense for me. Remember that before? Remember what? But I'm curious. When something smells so bad, you smell it a few more times. Yeah, I mean, that's a thing too, I guess. It can be. Just out of, like, curiosity. Okay, since we're asking so many, like, opinionated questions, let me ask you guys. What do you think is the nicest smell you've ever smelled? Of drinking paint. Oh my god. I can only ever think of that one meme of, like, the grandma that just has, like, fucking paint on her lips. But now, okay, what do you got? What is the nicest smell to you guys? What is your favorite smell? Paint that? No, okay, man. Sure, yeah, I'm sure that's your favorite smell, of course. No, but like, actually though, like, actually, what is your favorite smell? I'm trying to think what mine would be. To be honest, it might be vanilla. Like, every time I'm baking and I bust out the vanilla extract, I just love to just take a nice smell of it because it smells so damn good. Vanilla is such a nice smell. Diesel. One of those people. That checks out. That makes sense. I can see that. Clean laundry? Oh, that's a good answer too. And it's like a double whammy because then you get to put on like those super duper warm clothes and just feel like super toasty and it smells good. Clean laundry is a great answer, not gonna lie. Middle school 7th grade? Wouldn't that just be like awful smelling? What part about that would smell good? Rubber. Oh, you mean in like a nostalgic sense. Okay, I kind of know what you mean. I was thinking like that smells like a bunch of sweaty preteens to me. I don't think that's gonna be the nicest smell. No, but I know what you mean. Like the smell of like the classroom or like, you know, like a park that you used to like play at a lot or shit like that. I totally understand that for sure. There's like, I don't know if my smell is good enough to sort of reminisce places like that. Or maybe it just didn't smell strongly. I mean, to be fair, I haven't been in like a classroom of like, I haven't been back in like an old classroom like ever. I've been out and about like my old school, like outside, but I also was not a very outdoorsy kid, so I didn't build a lot of memories through that. The smell of grass and leaves? Man, I hate the smell of fresh cut grass. I know some people like the smell of fresh cut grass, but I can't stand it. It like irks me. Like I will actively like swerve wide on the sidewalk if I'm walking past somebody mowing their lawn. The smell after rain. I can kind of see that. I don't know. I don't know if I really know the smell. I feel like if I experienced it and I thought actively about it, I know what you're talking about, but like off the top of my head, I don't know. Cold air and leaves in the fall. I was just thinking to myself in terms of like outdoorsy stuff, when the air is like cold and it stops like, because where I live, it's like very hot and humid in the summer, right? So a lot of the time, the exhaust from like cars and like buses and stuff like that, it kind of like lingers down near the ground and you get like really like strong like road smells and it's not very nice. But then fall comes and even like early winter or whatever, and the air is so fresh and just cool and it's like, oh my god, it's an amazing feeling. Definitely one of the best things. I think fall in general might just be the best season. Like, it's so like pretty. It doesn't rain too much. It's, you know, like it's nice and cool, but it's not like cold. Fall is so goated. Like fall and spring are definitely the two best seasons. I don't know which one I like more, because fall is really pretty in terms of like every tree, But then spring in general, I think, is like, I don't know, it's kind of, spring is kind of nice. It like, you know, it's like summer is coming, even if summer is annoying sometimes. And like in recent years, I love going and seeing like cherry blossoms in spring. It's like really, they're just so pretty. It's so fun to go to like a cherry blossom park and just look at everything. It's so nice. But I think I like fall better though, because you know what? Spring has a lot of bugs sometimes anyway, and fall, I feel like most of the bugs like die. And that's pretty tight because I hate bugs. Bakery is 100% another really good one. I mean, I love baking. And like, of course, you know, the smell is awesome when you're like, you know, you finish making, but I don't tend to make anything super fragrant. Cookies have a good smell. Cookies definitely have a good smell. Carrot cake has a nice smell when you make it. Brownies have a smell, but they're not like super strong. You know what's one that I want to try at some point that I'm sure will make the house smell like heaven when I do it? Is cinnamon rolls. Oh my god, you're ever in a mall and you walk past a Cinnabon or something? Man, it is like, that is the best advertising ever. It's just through your nose. You can smell it from a mile away. Cinnamon rolls smell so good, dude. Just cinnamon in general is a really nice smell, I think. Cinnamon is a very pleasant smell. At least, you know, like when you like bake stuff with cinnamon, it smells super good. Like apple pie and stuff like that as well, you could kind of think of, or like pumpkin type stuff tends to have a lot of cinnamon. I feel like that kind of stuff always smells really good. You know what is kind of funny though when I think about that? One of the recipes I always use cinnamon for is I make these like ginger cookies, and there's a good amount of cinnamon in there too. They're like molasses cookies with some extra spices, and ginger is one of the main ones. Every time I bake with ginger, I have ground ginger, and I sneeze every time. Like I have to like brace myself to turn away from the bowl because I can't open the bag without sneezing. It's like so strong. Ginger powder is one of like the strongest, like most like irritating smells for me. And it's not that it smells bad, it just like pisses off my nose and I have to sneeze. I'm out of smells. Okay, on the topic of pizza party, what about the smell of when you walk into like a pizza place? That's a really good smell too. You get the pizzeria smell? Pizzeria smell is good too. I mean, it's kind of like baking in a lot of ways, actually. So it kind of makes sense, you know. It's pretty similar vein of stuff there. You know, it's just bread with tomato and cheese. Or like, ooh, what about garlic bread? Garlic bread is a good smell. Man, food just smells good, bro. I feel like if you talk about like what all the best smells are, most of the time it's food. But there is some other like good stuff too. But man, there are so many good food smells. You know, I remember one of my friends from my old job. She was, oh yeah, not fish. Seafood doesn't usually smell very good, but other food a lot of the time does. But I had a friend who, while she was working the same job as me, she was doing a seasonal job at Bath and Body Works. And she gifted me hand sanitizer a few times because I think she got free ones or something. So she was giving all of us like free hand sanitizer. And I got 3 different ones. And let me tell you guys like the tiering, okay? So the first one she ever gave me was this like mahogany wood one. And my god, it just smelled like super strong cologne. Like, if you've never used Bath and Body Works like hand sanitizers, they're very strong. Like they have a very powerful smell. And it was like too man smelling, you know what I mean? Like I'm not that much of like a manly dude, bro, you know what I mean? Like it was too much. So like that one, I still have it and it's almost full. I also had a coconut vanilla one, and I love both coconut and vanilla, and that one is no longer with us because I used the whole thing over the years. I love coconut is also a really good smell. I love coconut. But that one, I had that one, and then she gave me a peppermint one that I still have, but it's almost empty. And peppermint's a pretty nice smell too. I like mint a lot. I think mint smells very nice. So, you know, definitely also a pretty high up one. Like, I don't know, mint is just a good smell. Like, there's a reason, like, people use, like, gum and, like, brushing your teeth and stuff to, like, give your breath, like, a nice, fresh smell. It's a good smell. But I feel like we don't think about it in the same context, because, like, mint is usually, like, a breath smell, you know what I mean? Like, we don't think about it in terms of, like, a fragrance very often. "3 hours of Duck Life?" Oh, this is like the part 2 as well. We already played at least an hour on the Flash game stream too. We're very near the end of the game, but I need to make like that final push, you know what I mean? I need a little more training. I need to bolster up my ducks a little bit. It's okay. I mean, I'm having fun anyway, so who cares? At the end of the day, chill games like this, it's kind of fun to just like chat about random shit while we're doing it, you know? It's like a fun background activity, if anything. Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't think about smells too often, but it's a kind of interesting conversation, you know? Rotting. Oh, man. See, you wrote watermelon. I was like, ooh, watermelon smells nice. And then you wrote rotting. I noticed the word rotting, and I'm like, ah, yeah, that's, you know... Not exactly my favorite smell. I would have to agree with you on that one. Do a little more speed training on beep. Okay, bye. Alright, see you later. See you later, name. Thanks for dropping by. Smell you guys hate the most. Oh man, why would you make me think about that? What is the worst smell? Smoking, bro. I hate walking past people on the sidewalk who are smoking. I will literally hold my breath every time. Oh my god, I can't stand people who just be out on the sidewalk smoking. It is, oh my god, it irks me so much. Like, if you're gonna do it, get out of the way. Don't do it just in the middle of the sidewalk in front of everybody where everybody gotta walk past and inhale your smoke. Like, if you really gotta, like, go walk out into, like, a little grass patch on the side, you know what I mean? That's how I feel about it. I'm glad that at least here, you're not allowed to smoke at bus stops, because I think I would actually, like, just die if I had to wait for a bus and somebody near me was smoking. But there's still enough, like, free space on sidewalks that it happens pretty often, and that is definitely my least favorite thing. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it's literally just, you know, secondhand smoke is really bad for you, so, of course. Cough loudly? I don't do that. I just hold my breath and walk fast. I, like, intentionally speed walk right past them. I wonder how often they actually know that's why. Because I like to pass people a lot when I'm walking. Like, you know, if somebody was walking in front of me too slowly, I will just walk around them. And they don't have to be, like, going super slow. If I'm walking with people, I tend to slow down a bit. But if I'm walking by myself, I walk fast. Like, well, actually, that depends why I'm walking. If I'm, like, walking to a store or something and there's something I want, I tend to walk pretty fast. But if I'm just, like, out for, like, a chill walk, like, I'm just walking to walk, then usually I walk, like, a bit slower. You know, I just enjoy it a little more. Which I think, I mean, that's kind of just how you do it, you know? It's better to just kind of chill. If I walk around an elder, I guess that's a bit more of like a cultural difference, because I don't think too much about it if there's like older people and I walk past them. But I can totally understand why somebody would as well. Like, that's not a weird concept to me. It's just I also personally don't like take too much caution with it, if that makes sense. I think the culture out here is like, old people definitely have a lot of power out in like North America, but at the same time, it's not as much of like a societal norms type thing to where like everybody has to like pay a lot of respect to elders, as much as it is like just politically, there's a lot of really old people in power, relatively. Like, everyone is nice to elders. Probably a little bit more so than to like other like younger people. But it's not nearly as much as I've seen in like Asian culture, where like there's a lot of emphasis around like people who are older than you. And I definitely felt like I gained a new perspective when I started studying Japanese on stuff like that. Like, the entire way that you like conjugate your speaking and like what pronouns you use and stuff like that can vary wildly depending on like what the age of the person you're talking to is, you know what I mean? Like, you just act so much more polite a lot of the time, which is really cool. I think that those kind of cultural differences are really interesting to learn. And one of the cool things about like trying to like adopt another culture or language and things like that is it introduces your perspective in life. It gives you like a new way of thinking about things, which is not always like as easily accessible to do on your own, you know? I think that's a super cool thing. That being said, I have a lot to learn still, but you know, everybody learns things at their own kind of speed, I think. That's fine. At the end of the day, if I wanted to get really good at Japanese, what I should do is move to Japan and just trial by fire it, but I also don't want to live in Japan. I think that's always one of the trippiest things for like some people, is like they would wonder like why would you want to study Japanese if you don't want to move to Japan? And like part of it is because I want to travel to Japan even if I don't want to move there. And I think you can experience the culture there a lot better if you can speak a little bit. Also, I can't tell everybody this one, but it would be really fun to collab with some Japanese VTubers sometimes. You know, I feel like I can't be the only one who thinks that seeing clips of like ENJP collabs is like some of the cutest stuff sometimes. Like, there's just such wholesome content that comes out of that, of like trying to bridge that gap. I really like it. It's very like wholesome, and I want to make more Japanese friends in the VTuber sphere over time. I think that as I get more in with like music, it'll probably be the easiest way to meet more people. Like, that's how I met Vega, although that being said, Vega speaks English, but he is one of my only Japanese friends, and he's a very cool guy, and we met because of music. I have very funny stories about how I met Vega. Have I ever told you guys about how I met Vega? Man, it's a very silly story. Maybe I should. In a moment. Let me finish this run. Let me see. I gotta get all the XP I can out of this. Now I'm gonna read that because I can't glance over fast on this one. This one is hard to multitask. Sorry. Man, I gotta go, after this stream, I gotta go out to the store because I need to buy more toothpaste. I'm all out of toothpaste. What? Okay, I just got bopped by nothing. Watched this one dude one time. He uploaded Omegle content. He speaks Russian. Next week, Broken already speaks Spanish and Arabic. That's crazy. To be fair, a lot of those like polyglot VTubers, what they do, or not VTubers, sorry, just polyglot creators, what they tend to do is they learn like how to say like, oh yeah, I speak this language, I've been learning it for 2 weeks, and they learn like a few basic phrases, and that's kind of it. But you know, when they can actually like have like legit conversations, that's when it's like really cool in my opinion. Only speak American. I don't even speak American. I speak Canadian. But I have picked up a little JP. I mean, I can understand the Americans too, you know. We're not so different. There is a lot of different kind of English that comes out of America though. Like, you know, you go down, you talk to people from down south, it's a whole different ball game, you know. Or, you know, there are different places that have like more kind of like dialect, like you know, the iconic like Brooklyn accent or shit like that, you know. Accents are so funny, man. That's the AVE is like African American vernacular or something, right? I think. And yeah, there's like a lot of different kind of terms. I mean, I'm used to like a very like odd, like kind of hodgepodge of different like dialects of English and cultures and stuff like that. Cause I live in the most multicultural city in the world. You know, I live in Toronto, and Toronto is also infamous for having the dumbest fucking slang ever. Like, nobody speaks like Jamaican English, and Jamaican English is one of the coolest ways to speak English. But a lot of Toronto slang is just stolen Jamaican English that doesn't sound nearly as cool. Like, like stuff like "lau me" and like "alai fam" and shit like that. Like, you know, like nobody else is finishing those sentences like they're speaking in Jamaican English, and yet they're still like integral parts of the Toronto roadman dialect. You know what I mean? I didn't even realize "alai" was Jamaican until recently, and I was like, oh shit, like that makes so much sense. Jamaican English almost sounds like a different language when you hear it, man. You know, like it's just got like this interesting like sound to it. You know what I mean? It's got like such a cool kind of like rhythm to it. I think is the biggest thing. It's like Jamaican. Like, the Jamaican accent has, like, a very unique rhythm to it as far as English goes, and it's, like, very interesting to listen to. Because the other thing is, like, if you listen to Jamaican people speak, they always have, like, the dopest metaphors for everything. Like, they just have, like, the funniest ways of explaining shit. I think it's so cool. Like, it's just such like, a lively dialect, you know what I mean? Compared to some other stuff. It's very fun to listen to. There's like a lot of really cool dialects of English, you know. I've got a lot of friends around the world, so it's fun to like listen to people speak in like different ways. Okay, we've got one more swimming training to do. We're bolstering the team pretty well right now. I'm kind of making Beep our like super duck, and then the other two like just a strong supporting cast. Then you got oh man, Irish and Scottish. I have friends who are Irish and Scottish, and their accents are not that strong because they spend a lot of time online talking to people like me. But you hear like a proper Irish or Scottish accent, and man, it is so thick. Sometimes like I'll have like my friends from there, they'll like say something ironically, but it's like actually their like home accent. Like you would hear like there's one that I thought was just a meme in our group for ages, and I didn't know why. But apparently, like one of my Scottish friends, he would say like "I dinna cane, mate," or whatever. He'd say like "I dinna cane," which is supposed to be like I don't know, right? It's supposed to mean I don't know, but like he said that like people in Scotland actually like say that. I was like, what? Like I thought he just made that up because it sounded like so like random to me. Like why cane? Like, but you hear people who are like really in with those kind of like dialects. It's again one of those ones where it sounds so different from the kind of like English that we're used to pronunciation wise that it's really cool to listen to. That's just fun, you know. It's just a fun kind of like gimmick. It's the same. It's like the same kind of effect that listening to music in different languages than what you speak has, in my opinion. Where like you don't necessarily like understand it as naturally, but it sounds so cool. Cause like that's part of the reason I got into like Japanese is like it was I started because I loved Japanese music, and it's still a large reason why I'm like so interested in the culture. And like Japanese sounds so satisfying to listen to, especially in music to me, because it just has this like rhythm to it. Like basically in English, right, you have vowels and consonants, and you'll have a lot of like consonants that kind of stick together at times. So, you know, like, I don't know, let's think about a word like science. You have SC at the start, you have NC later in it or whatever, right? And you'll have words that sometimes have way more than that. Like, I don't know, random word I just thought of, conglomerate. You have NGL, like all in one chain, right? So it can make for like very like wordy, like clunky flows and things like that, right? But in Japanese, the only consonant is n. It's just N, right? And everything else starts with a, like the syllable is like a consonant vowel. So like, you know, their alphabet is like a, I, u, e, o, kaki, kuke, ko, tati, tute, to, like things like that, right? Like it's all, well, it's tsu, not tu, but anyway, like everything like starts, so it has like that constant flow to it, right? And I love the way that sounds. It's just so satisfying to listen to. Especially on rap. I feel like Japanese rap flows so well when it's done right. That's why I'm excited for you guys to hear Galaxy Wide, because I feel like most of you guys probably haven't really listened to Japanese rap like much at all. But like Vega's verse is like, it just flows so nicely. You don't even have to understand what he's saying to just appreciate it, because the voice is like such a cool instrument, you know? Like I truly feel like one of like the biggest lessons I got out of like enjoying foreign music is like the voice is such a powerful instrument. You don't have to understand what anybody is saying for music to be that like universal language, because it's just like the sound is what we really listen for, you know? I think that that's such an awesome thing. Yeah, Japanese is also definitely notorious for having very upbeat songs with very grim lyrics. But I think that it's also a good thing, because doing that kind of like stylistic choice can add lightness to addressing heavy topics and like open conversations that are difficult to open normally. So I think that it's a good thing overall, and I think that when I've seen it done well in English, it works just as well. It's just like, it's tricky to approach it in English. You have to be very intentful, you know what I mean? Because like, a lot of people will understand what you're saying. And it's, I think that, you know, like, I mean, to be fair though, for English songs that are like that, like overseas like fans that don't speak English very much will definitely also have the same kind of perception of just liking the sound. Like, I'm sure there are a lot of people that don't speak English that probably love rap music and have no idea about half of the shit that they're saying. Meanwhile, you know, sometimes it feels like people who are like really in with hip-hop, it's like they'll kill you if you speak a little bit too gangster for how you actually be living, you know what I mean? That's why I don't try to like pass myself as like a rapper or like super like thug or anything like that, because I'm not. Like, just realistically, I'm not. I just think it's a cool genre. I like the rhythm of it, you know what I mean? And I think that it's really great that rap, I think, in like recent times has become a little bit less of like a who can sound the absolute hardest competition, and you're allowed to like rap about other shit as long as you don't try and paint yourself as a wannabe gangster the whole time. Which is good, you know. I think at the end of the day, genres are just a vessel for whatever vision you have, you know what I mean? So as long as you shape your image and your message, you know, properly, you can kind of just use whatever like medium you want. I think that's how I look at things. And I also don't think it's a big deal when people who aren't like really like hood try and write a little bit more like that, or people who are like step away from it and write something more like elegant or whatever, however you want to describe it, right? At the end of the day, writing is writing, and like, as long, you know, music exists to be enjoyed. I think people take things way too seriously sometimes. That's just how I feel about it, you know. I can also understand people who like had very like formative experiences in their life that were shaped by certain music being like more hesitant to just kind of like let anybody do their thing on it. So I can like understand things even if I don't always agree. But it's interesting. It's an interesting conversation anyway. I personally don't want to become like synonymous with rap. I mean, a lot of the reason I chose rap for my first official music release is you guys might not really know much about this, but basically if you've ever been on YouTube and you look up like, I don't know, pick a random artist and search type beat. Like, I'll give you an example. When I found the beat for Cut Loose, I googled Tommy Richmond type beat because $1 Million Baby was like one of the hit songs that came out around that time that I was writing it, and I was like, I want to write something with a similar vibe. So you look up, you know, Tommy Richmond type beat, and there'll be a whole bunch of producers on YouTube that'll post their beats, and basically, technically you can negotiate to buy exclusive licensing for them, but I don't own any exclusive licensing on the songs that I'm putting out in Starfinder. The way it works is you pay money to lease a beat, and that means that you're allowed to create monetized content for it with certain restrictions. So like, once you reach a certain amount of streams, you're no longer allowed to profit off of your song until you upgrade your lease, or, you know, you can't like content ID your songs in like YouTube or something, and like file copyright things around it, because then other people who are leasing that instrumental will be unfairly like targeted. So it's stuff like that, and it's a way more affordable option, because if you're trying to get a song custom produced, I think at the very best you're gonna be paying $1,000 to your producer. Like, realistically speaking, it's a very expensive pursuit to create custom music. And so a lot of the time, if you're not the one producing things yourself, it is very, very difficult to afford making like an album of any sort. And so rap is one of those genres where it actually works pretty well anyway, because rap tends to be a little bit more of like a repetitive genre, and the instrumental is kind of like a backing to just do your thing. It doesn't necessarily have to be the main flavor, although a really good beat absolutely can be. And so like, when it comes to that, I think it works really well, and that was part of my decision. And the kind of other like major part is just that I started songwriting by writing rap, so I think for a very personal project, it was like a nice kind of like nod to my roots with songwriting. But at the same time, like, if you ask me like other things I want to do, like I want to make like pop and like ballads and like rock and shit like that too, you know what I mean? Pop is especially like, I definitely want to make like a pop original in the next year. Mind you, how feasible that is, I think it'll be feasible. If I get a part-time job, I should be able to afford doing something. We'll have to see. There are also, like, you can, like, lease instrumentals for stuff like pop as well, but I find that with that genre, it just doesn't work nearly as well for me. There's, like, a couple sounds that specifically get, like, a good, like, sort of landing for that, but I don't find that the kind of, like, J-pop adjacent sound that I'm really into works too well with it, most of the time anyway. It can, but it's very difficult, and I think that I want to experience working with a producer directly as well. I think it'll be a really good experience long term, and it would be very insightful, and I would make something I'm very proud of. So this project was kind of like dipping my toes into the water. I have much grander long-term plans for music still, but I'm happy to take my first step, and I hope that you guys will enjoy my first step regardless of, you know, whatever good or bad maybe kind of mixed in there. I hope you guys will love it all the same. It's all part of the process for me. you know, we're making our way through. I'm learning a lot of things, and I'm very grateful to have so many people be like so supportive of me despite how like new to everything I am. I feel like I've come a lot further than I would have expected. In no short of like the thanks to you guys for being so like supportive of me as I'm trying to like figure everything out. I'm very, very grateful for the community that we're building here. Because, you know, like back when I used to stream, when I was like under a different name, I had a larger community than ours. Not actually by a lot though. We're actually a lot closer than I would have expected to be in the time that it's been. It's only been like 5 months, you guys. Like, it's crazy how far we've come in such a short time. And like I would have never guessed that I would be reaching so many people already. I'm honestly so grateful. But you know, I've come from bigger numbers in the past. But the thing is, a lot of those people were there for a community that I was in rather than my community, if that makes sense. They were always a fan of me within a certain medium, right? But they didn't just kind of like enjoy me for me and like I could do anything and people would show up, you know what I mean? And so seeing like being able to build this like different community has honestly been very like moving for me. I feel extremely vindicated and very, very grateful, because this is what I really wanted out of VTubing. I wanted to build something where I could be myself for myself and for everyone, you know. And I'm so grateful at how quickly things have kind of taken shape. Even though there's so much like further that I would like to go, it's just like very motivating. I'm very grateful. So driven, thank you. I'm really glad. I'm very driven, you know. I mean, this is kind of like what I'm in it for, you know. I'm in streaming for the long game. I've been a streamer in the past, you know. I've dabbled in everything. But I kind of made the call, like, I want to be serious and I'm going to do it as a VTuber, you know. And I spent a long time, like, if you count when I started working full-time to save money so that I could become a VTuber, I planned for like almost 3 years before I actually, no, actually probably more like two and a half maybe, but still I planned for a long time before I actually started streaming, you know. It was a very like long road, I would say. So, you know, I have a lot that I want to do, and I'm really grateful that there are people that support me even when I haven't accomplished too much yet, you know. It makes me feel very inspired to keep going. Yeah, I am still alive. This game is so long, man. But it's okay. I'm nearing the home stretch right now. I'm doing the last training I think I'm gonna have to do for the rest of the run, and then I think I can just cruise control through the ending. I'm excited to see the ending of this game because I don't really remember how it ends that well, but it is definitely putting me through the motions a little harder than I expected, you know. Making me grind a little more than I thought I would have to. Particularly the climbing is, I think, one of the slower. The climbing and the running, I think, have been the slowest to train. But, I mean, Beep is like our super duck right now. Beep is going to be like 150 in everything. And therefore, if there is like a final boss or something, Beep is going to like smash it. And if not, then I'm just hoping that our team will be well enough rounded that I don't have to come back. Like, hopefully Beep just carries enough that we'll just be fine anyway. I'm sure it'll work out. But it's also kind of fun to make like a super duck because I want to just see like just how hard Beep cooks the competition if I get her to like 150 and everything. I feel like it'll be really funny to just see like one duck absolutely bulldozing the competition. But honestly, I might after this run just stop training climbing and hope that all my other skills will carry because climbing takes so long to train, man. It goes up so slowly. None of the mini games are busted. Gotta have one good last stretch here with it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I made it. Easy. Not even close. I didn't expect the duck life grind to be so like intense, you know? Duck Beep is mad all the time. Yes, exactly. With the rage of 1,000 suns. Or 1,000 ducks. I'm tired of losing. The sorest of losers. Just powered by pure anger. This is the true champion mindset. Just get so fucking mad that you just become unfathomably strong. I don't think it works in real life, but it sure does work in stories. That's a kind of weird thing. Why do we perpetrate it like that? Like, I know, like, when you get truly, like, enraged, right? You can only focus on what's in front of you, and you just, like, put everything into, like, fighting, right? Like, you just get really mad. But at the same time, I feel like when it comes to actual, like, long-term measures of skill, like sports or, like, lifting and things like that, like, just getting mad is, like, not a good strat, you know? It doesn't really work. Okay, who's the weakest on the team? Probably Suiren. So we'll do Suiren, Osage, and then Beep, and we will reassemble the Twinights to take their revenge on these newfangled duck racers. Oh yeah, there we go. Look at Suiren gapping the shit out of these nerds. Look at that, our hard work right there paying off. That was not even close. We went from getting smashed in last place to comfortably winning. Nice and easy. Now let's watch Osage do the same thing. Look at the gap, man. Look at the absolute gap. The Osage gap in action. That's what we'd always call it. Osage is a really good Osu player. And every time that they would be like winning in a match, everyone would be like, look at the Osage gap. The Osage goat. He's doing. Oh my god, look at Beep. Yo! Look at the speed! Like, the climbing was closer to the normal just because it's only 120. But wow, that was insane. Whoa. What is this? This box is locked with 3 chains. You will need 3 keys to unlock it. Okay. Heard. I'm guessing these guys probably have them. What's in the shop? Oh, look at all the different eggs. Wait, that's so cool. Why do they leave all the cool eggs for when your whole team is already trained up at the end of the game, man? That's so messed up. Okay. Let's see. You can have it if you win. Maybe it'll open that box next to the shop. Okay. Alright, Beep. Mess them up. Win us the key. Ooh. They're pretty fast, but Beep is still gapping pretty hard. Why did they all just like fly into the wall and not start climbing? That's kind of funny. Oh yeah, Beep won that comfortably. Nice. Alright, that's 1 down. Okay. I'm just gonna let Beep cook everybody. She trained the most. Gotta let her show the work. Oh, the climbing gap is a little bit felt though. The climbing gap is a little bit felt. It might be worth polishing up the climbing a little bit more, actually. I'm gonna do a little more climbing training because I have a feeling that whatever comes after that box is gonna be a little bit too strong. I have a weird hunch from my memories as a wee young Twi that I'm gonna need the extra climbing power. So we're gonna do just a smidge more. Honestly, one round might be enough. We get it to like 130, 135. That's probably good. Uh-oh. Didn't make it. Fuck. Okay, to be fair, getting 135 is gonna take at least 2, I think. This one gains a decent amount, I suppose. A little back and forth climb. This is another one of the cool mini games, but you can't, like, I kind of don't like that it basically becomes a game of like how like it reaches the top speed for the scroll, and then you're just alive until it world gens an impossible pattern. It's kind of like if Temple Run wasn't fair. That's what it reminds me of. Cause I remember Temple Run being really fun back when I was a kid. I used to play it on my iPod all the time after school. And that one, I mean, it went pretty much forever until you messed up, from what I recall. But it was pretty hard as well, from what I remember. Man, I went from playing cool epic games like Doodle Jump and Temple Run and shit like that, and all of these like simulator games where you're like collecting shit, to like when I went to like high school age, I would play like Minesweeper and Scrabble and like chess on my phone. I didn't even play chess on my phone at that time. That's more in my adult life, honestly. But I was Minesweeper until I joined Scrabble Club, and then it was Scrabble. I went full dweeb. That's why I'm saying we need to have the board game stream, though. Like, Scrabble, chess, Catan, probably find like at one other board game and roll with that. I feel like it would be like a fun stream in a similar vein to the, it would be fun in like a similar way to the, what's it called? To the Flash game stream that we did. Because I love board games. There's so many good board games. Scrabble has a special place in my heart because I was in the Scrabble club. So, you know, I grinded the shit out of Scrabble in high school. That was my thing. You know, there was this one kid who ran the Scrabble club, at least until he graduated when I was there. And he was actually like such a genius. Like, when we were playing, if you ever wanted to challenge a word, we wouldn't look it up most of the time. If he was there, you would ask him, and then he would tell you if it was a legal word or not. He just knew. Like, he was definitely one of those guys that was reading the dictionary as like a hobby. Which, mad respect, that is such a like sick thing that your brain is so OP that you can be entertained by memorizing words in the dictionary. Because for me, I did that for all the 2-letter words because that is like the fundamental skill you need to be good at Scrabble. That was like my reasoning for it. And then I learned a lot of the weird niche like 3 and 4 letters, but that was also just because those are like the high scoring words that you like learn as you play the game more. It's not like I was studying them out of like a dictionary or something. And then from that point, like I never really studied like longer words like bingos and stuff that you would play. So I find it like really impressive when you hear about people who can just like read the dictionary as like a hobby. There are like some songwriters who do that too. Like I think Eminem is like infamous for doing it, which makes sense because he has mad bars. Like the dude can spit about anything. You know what I mean? Eminem will throw some of the wackiest words at you in the middle of a fucking verse. From the little bit I've heard of his work. I mean, a little bit. I've listened to a decent amount of M. I haven't listened to like a ton, but I've heard my fair share over the years. Just kind of in passing, out of some interest. But I remember as well, back when I was first getting into writing rap, I used to like to try and learn how to do some of like Eminem's fastest like sections. Like I learned Rap God and I learned Godzilla, but I never learned the full songs. I only learned the fast part. The mom spaghetti. Lose Yourself is so iconic. There's like a lot. I've missed a lot of iconic like movies over the years, but 8 Mile is a really good movie. I remember 8 Mile was really good. Is this your longest stream? It's close, but no. I think my longest is definitely 5 hours. It might be 5.5. I don't think I have a 6 hour, but maybe. I would have to look. but I think that it's definitely coming up on it. Okay, so we're gonna max climbing after this attempt. And then at that point, I think that Beep will be pretty much unstoppable. Running is 138 instead of 150, but with everything else at 150, surely it won't matter. Surely it'll be strong enough. What game do you stream for 5.5? Elden Ring, I think. I'm pretty sure my other longest streams are Elden Ring. From what I can recall. It is kind of funny that one of my longest streams ever is going to be Duck Life 4, and it's not even the whole game. I literally am I'm like playing the playthrough that we started the other time, like on the Flash game stream. But I don't know, it's the fact that I couldn't finish it in one sitting, even if it's a long sitting, that has kept me going. And also I'm just vibing today, I'm just in a good mood. After the EP release and everything. I'm just kinda, or well, not the EP release, but the announcement. I'm just happy to be here, man. You guys know, I think I posted about it in the Discord, but I had to repost the announcement for the EP on Twitter because it just randomly, like, I just wrote it in like a really anti-algorithm way somehow, where like in an hour it got like 8 people who like got a view on it, and a view is not clicking, a view is scrolling past it in your feed. So it got like nothing. Like I reposted it with different wording, and I kid you not, in 6 minutes it was already higher up. Twitter is just like that sometimes, you know? Oh wait, I'm actually smart. You know, I said we're gonna need more climbing. Immediately, the last guy before like whatever's in this box. This hill has some steep cliffs, you'd better be a good climber, level 120 and over only. I'm a genius, I knew! I'm psychic! Look at how overall like strong Beep has become. Look at how maxed out that duck is, that's insane. Yeah, this is a very chill game to grind, I like it. And then you get to watch the ducks crush, like look at Beep go! Beep is gapping. What, Beep? Yo, what was that? Yo, she fumbled. She actually just like fumbled, but it doesn't even matter. Hard fumbled, literally just started head slamming into the wall out of nowhere. Didn't even matter. Still got the dub. Not even that close. Alright. We have 3 keys. Open it up. It's a detonator. Ooh. Whoa! Okay, that was way. That was. That I thought it was gonna be a huge animation, and then it just like reverted back with some lava in the background and the Firebird guy. All the rage catching up, yeah. You dare to blow up my volcano? Let's see if you can race as well as you can destroy things. But good luck, for I am the undefeated champion of duck racing. I have faith in you, Beep, but first, I think we should let my friend Jake right here take his shot. Psych, level 1. Oh shit, requires level 150 everything. Psych, we're not done yet. I have to go train more. I have to go train more running. Man, I wanted to let Jake just get clapped. Okay, you have to actually max everything. Well, I'm gonna assume it's impossible to lose if we max everything, because like it auto plays, so like surely we're just gonna win. All right, you know what? A little more running training wasn't necessarily on my list, but sure. I mean, we're in this deep. I'm not gonna back out of 12 levels of running training. On a kind of like different note, while we're just chilling here for a sec, if any of you guys checked out the schedule, you guys see I actually did end up buying the game I was talking about last week called Love Ghosty. I have it on Friday. I'm excited. It'd be funny if you lose it and it's like, see if you can beat me in Duck Life 5, and then it's just over. You just got your save file wipes. That would actually be so cheese, bro. Yeah, I'm excited to play Love Ghosty. I saw my friend Calico streaming Love Ghosty. I'd never even heard of the game. I think she's friends with one of the like indie devs for it. Cause it's like a new indie release that's been in works for a few years. But it's like this really cute, like, kind of simulator game where you play as a ghost and you're like haunting this like house that's full of like different residents, but instead of like haunting them in like a bad way, you just secretly like play matchmaker and you like get them to date each other, which is really cute. And you can make any pairing you want. So I think it's gonna be fun. As a chat, we can, like, as a collective, we can decide who belongs together, you know what I mean? We can push our favorite ships. I'm not usually too much of a shipper, but it is kind of fun, especially when it's like, that's the whole point of it. You know, I love rom-coms and stuff like that. And I figured at least some of you guys would definitely be in the same kind of demographic for it. You know, I thought it would be a fun one. Not the Wattpad arc, oh no. Who knows? I mean, shit, you know. It's probably not that bad. I'm sure it's trashy. There's also probably a universe where if I had the wrong influences, I could fall victim. I have too much like stuff that I need to consume in general. That's just life now. There's just always too many things to watch or read or whatever. Never enough time for all of it. And even if there is, you just don't always feel like it, you know? It's like, who has the energy to consume literally non-stop every day? I've been in swings of life where I'm like that, but it's not consistent, you know? I'll be like, kinda like down or whatever, and I'll just be like, fuck it, I'm just gonna watch anime for like a week or something like that. But I you know, it's not like a consistent lifestyle thing for me. It just comes in like hyper fixations and then goes. Man, I wonder how many of y'all are on the fanfic sites. How many of y'all actually be reading fanfiction on the regular? Not to say I haven't enjoyed some fanfiction myself in the past. Don't get me wrong. I definitely have. I don't think that you are. Definitely not Wattpad. That's cap. That's 100% cap. Alright. Beep has finished her training. Actually, you know what? Nah, let's like max. You know what? It's not even gonna matter. Let's get you to level 150 energy as well. Let's make sure that Beep is eating good here. Just cause why not? We have $4,000. We're ballin'. We have like infinite money. That's 135, 138, 141. Get the fuck out, Jake. This is not your food. 144, 147, 150. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. not the Twi fanfic. Oh lord. Oh lord. As long as it doesn't involve other content creators, I would feel very uncomfortable with that. But if you want to write a story about me, be my guest. I'm not opposed. Just don't make it smut, please. Okay, enough about the Wattpad arc. Enough of that. Beep has literally duck maxed to 150 in everything. Even above 150. Beat the limits. Literally higher than max level in some of these skills. It's the final race. Beep is going to need some help to beat this guy. He can hover and be on fire without dying. Use arrows to control Beep and press up to jump. Win the race and make sure I have to touch the lava. I have to actually control. Oh shit, it's not just gonna auto scroll. I have to do it myself. Bet. Oh, I'm faster though. Oh, what? That kills me? Beep was rushed to the hospital and 4 weeks later made a full recovery. I'm never touching lava again. My fault, Beep. I thought it was in the background. Oops. It's okay. We run faster than he floats. What? Why didn't it jump? I hit up, man. What? Is the jump broken? Look at how teensy that is. How do I jump? Wait, hold on. I need the controls again. I lost the sauce a little bit. Press up to jump. Beep. You need hops. Why you gotta hop, fam? Like we can't make it up without jumps. I can't jump. I literally can't jump. What? It's bugged. Huh? Okay, hear me out. I'm gonna restart it real quick. Maybe if I just hit it with the classic close it and open it, it'll fix itself. Oh, look, chat. Get Duck Life on your phone on Google Play and App Store. Okay, and then we gotta rescale this up. Alright. Please let me use my jump button this time. Chose the least athletic for the namesake. This is lore accurate. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, the jumps are working. Okay. We're good. We're good. Beep just needed a little reset. We're chilling. Oh, look at the hops. Look at that vertical. Phenomenal. Oh, a little parkour. Oh, they're making me hit some jumps right now. Hold on, yo. Oh, that was easy. Nah, no way. That's just the end. All right. I mean, I guess that's that. I did it. Can I? Why is the more games button blocking me from moving forward? Hello? Also, I zoomed it super hard. Oops. Well, we did it. Hold on, wait. What if I hit back? What if I just hit back? What? But I won though. Can I access? What? Huh? Am I just cooked? It's just the final race again. Oh, look! I have the arcade! Yay! Wow, we unlocked the arcade, so we could. I think that just didn't that just let. Oh, it's just not responding. The arcade machine broke it. Oh, this is scuffed. Oh. Okay. Wow, look at that. You got all of the little like training games built in one little spot. That's cool. Man, that was way longer stream than I expected it to be, but that was fun, honestly. Duck Life has a very special place in my heart. I had a good time, man. I had a very good time, despite how much longer that stream was than I expected. Quick shout out again to Harushio for drawing my amazing EP cover. Please look forward to it at the end of the month, August 31st. It'll drop at midnight, I think. And also, like, you know, make sure to follow them on Twitter and everything like that. Schedule for this week, I gotta pull it into my overlay because I forgot to set it up earlier. This week we only have 2 more streams. Why is my PC so garbage, bro? Why are you frozen? It's literally File Explorer. I don't know why. File Explorer is like one of the laggiest programs on my computer. I swear it's like just broken or something. But we have Valhalla is back on Wednesday. We're gonna continue that. I'm very excited because I was really enjoying Valhalla. And Friday, we're going to try Love Ghosty. I think that one is going to be really fun. I hope you guys come for it because I think it's going to be very, very silly. And like I said, I got to go up to the cottage with my fam on Saturday. So I'm not going to be live on that day like usual, unfortunately. But it's okay. We'll be back to normal schedule next week, I think. But yeah. I definitely would like to get some food and give my voice a little bit of a rest, and you guys should eat food as well. If you haven't had any food yet, make sure you go eat, drink water, use the bathroom. You should love yourself now. Anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging with me. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day or evening, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Bye.